For joint education on September 6, 2022. Senator Ellis. Senator Beitman. Here. Senator Salazar. Here. Senator Rothfuss.
Here.
Representative Andrew. Here. Representative Brown.
Excused.
Thank you. Representative Connolly. Here. Representative Harshman.
Excused.
Thank you. Representative Nyman.
Here.
Representative Newsom. Here. Representative Obermuller.
Here.
Representative Summers.
Here.
Co-Chairman Scott.
Here.
Co-Chairman Paxton.
Here.
You have a quorum.
All right, thank you. Before we get started, welcome everyone. During our public comment period, I want to make sure that we understand that we're going to be only commenting on the topic that we're just discussing. No other comments on anything else. If you have some comments that we're not covering today, send an email to everyone on the committee. We're going to limit that to 3 minutes, so we have a full agenda, long ways to go, so we're going to try to get through it. Every item on here deserves our full attention, and if we spend too much time on one particular item, it shorts someone else. So we're going to try to keep things moving. Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, let's proceed.
Okay, no comments from you. All right.
I'll change that behavior later.
All right. First order of business is community college funding. So would you folks come up, please introduce yourselves.
Chairman Paxton, members of the committee, thank you for having us. First of all, I am not Executive Director Caldwell, as you may have noticed. She's unfortunately ill and unable to attend. So I am Dr. Ben Moritz, Deputy Director of the Community College Commission, and I'll be sitting in her place. As we begin, I'd like to do just maybe a few quick introductions. With me today is Michael Swank, our Chief Financial Officer. He will be carrying most of the water today in the discussions. I'd also like to introduce a few folks that we have in attendance, either in person or virtually. Several of our commissioners are watching via YouTube or Zoom, including Chairman Freeze and Vice Chair Getz. We also have several presidents. We have 2 presidents in person here. I'd like to quickly introduce Dr. Darren Devine of Casper College and Dr. Joe Schaefer, president of Laramie County Community College. We also have in attendance Ms. Erin Taylor, Executive Director of the Wyoming Association for Community College Trustees. And if it would please the committee, I would like to invite her to join us as well. I know she has some trustees that she might like to introduce as well.
Certainly, that'd be great. Good morning, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Welcome to Cheyenne. Again, my name is Erin Taylor. I'm the Executive Director of the Wyoming Association of Community College Trustees. With me today, I'm very pleased to introduce one of our trustees from Western Wyoming Community College, Ms. Reggie Clark. And Reggie has been a trustee for several years at Western, and she is currently the president of the WACD Association. I know we have other trustees watching because this is interesting and important to them as well. So thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, proceed.
Well, then, if it pleases the committee, I'd like to turn it over to Michael, and he can go ahead and start.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for inviting us back for this discussion. My name is Michael Swank. I'm the Chief Financial Officer, pardon me, for the Wyoming Community College Commission. At the June meeting, this committee asked for us to provide some financial impact analysis on the committee's current draft bill, which I believe is, pardon me, is 23 LSO 0075 related to the levels of instruction. What we did provide is a fairly technical analysis of this particular issue, but we also wanted to provide a little bit more broad-based information to this committee on everywhere this particular, where the levels of instruction actually impact the colleges and the college funding. And I'm not trying to bury the lead, which is really kind of toward the end of the presentation, but there is some contextual information that I think is helpful for the committee, including some refreshers on what we've provided at the last meeting related to the funding allocation model, its kind of structure and how it works, as well as the recalibration. That is a central feature of where these levels of instruction do impact community college funding. One of the other things is, I think what it appears to me one of the goals of this particular discussion is to best value the levels of instruction at the colleges. So currently we have 4 levels of instruction in statute. However, each one of them is designed specifically for a different type of course, so to speak, with one particular level of instruction, which is the one I believe that's most important to this discussion, that deals more or less with the method of delivery, not necessarily the core substance of the course. So that's kind of where we're at with this particular discussion and analysis. I believe that's kind of where the introduction and kind of what the committee requested. Pardon me, let me go down. So just as kind of a quick recap of where this presentation is going, like I said, we have some contextual statistics to provide to you, which are the areas of the levels of, levels of the areas where the funding and recalibration are going to be most impacted by the particular metrics that the colleges have. So that would be full-time equivalent enrollment, credit headcount, which is part of our analysis, though it is not part of the current recalibration process. I did want to provide some context in terms of part-time versus full-time students at the colleges. So there's a little bit of difference between full-time equivalent and actual full-time students. So a full-time equivalent is the number of students divided, or number of credit hours divided by 12 credit hours per term. So if you have some full-time students, they're taking more than 12 hours, they would actually be considered more than one full-time equivalent student. But you also have part-time students that may take one course a term or one course a semester, and it may take 4 of them to make one full-time equivalent student. So I just wanted to get provide a little bit of context as to those differences between part-time and full-time students. And then the last piece of contextual information is the weighted earned and weighted completed credit hours, which the earned credit hours do impact the recalibration. Thank you. Do impact the recalibration and the funding allocation model, but earned or weighted credit hours only impact the funding allocation model. The second piece is really the fixed and variable cost refresher, how the commission relooks at those costs every 4 years. And then a deeper analysis and summary of what we did to kind of analyze what the current bill draft would do to the recalibration and the funding allocation model if the level of instructions are altered in statute. So just some quick summary here on the statistics. As you can see, this slide shows full-time equivalent and credit headcount enrollment at the colleges. I think the main difference here, as you can see, full-time equivalent enrollment has steadily declined, basically since the period of time for this analysis, which is academic year 2014. When we get to the recalibration piece of this, that will become a very important factor in terms of how that recalibration works and what the results of that recalibration are. We did add a piece of analysis to this as an alternative example of adding something to that recalibration, which would be headcount, and that's why this particular slide is here. As you can see, headcount fluctuates, and this is just basically the number of students that are enrolled at the colleges. They could be part-time, basically part-time or full-time, but it's basically the number of people that are, in a sense, served by the colleges. This next slide, and it may be a little bit too busy here, but it shows the part-time to full-time ratio of students at each campus. Currently, system-wide, it's roughly about 4 to 1. For this particular time frame, it averages about 3.65 part-time students to every 1 full-time student. But that'll show you both the breadth of the number of students colleges serve, that there are a lot of students that are only partially, well, they're not partially served, they're served, but they're only partially attending classes. Go ahead.
Okay, I believe we had a question here. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's a big dip in 16. What do you account that for?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Newsom, my only conclusion at that point is that that was the first year of the what appears to be the last time we had a economic downturn. If you recall, both at the state level and at the local levels, there was significant budget and economic issues around the state around 2015, 2016. I haven't gone into details to what contributes to that, but it is one of the only areas in which it had a substantial decline or substantial difference from the prior year.
Senator Scott, Co-Chair Scott.
Mr. Chairman, that I find of great interest. In the past, when we've had an economic decline, the demand for community college courses has gone up rather than down, as people no longer have the opportunities in the workforce and are seeking to find something new. So what evidence do we have that 16 was presented by downturn? And if that's how we're reacting to them now, where before we increased the enrollment under those circumstances, are we getting the community college tuition so high that it's a barrier to the people who need it the most?
Senator Scott and members of the committee, these are excellent questions. I'd like to point out a couple things. One, we don't have this up there, but if you compare these trend lines to the national trend lines with community colleges, they're very similar as well. And typically, you're exactly right. When there is a downturn in the economy, you typically see community colleges in particular, and four-year colleges to a somewhat lesser degree, bounce up as when people leave the workforce, they then go back to get additional training. We're starting to see what some analysts are describing as kind of a new normal, or perhaps related to new economic factors, especially over the COVID period. A lot of people were out of work, but obviously because of COVID, they did not re-enter the community colleges and universities. In 2016 in particular, we would have to probably look into that in more detail and see if we could give you more specific information to answer that question.
Representative Obermuller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I look at that schedule and to Senator Scott's point, it looks like it makes his point. I mean, and this is a dip of part-time students to full-time students. It's not enrollment. As I read this schedule, it looks like this says that there were more full-time students during that point in time, so that the ratio of part-time to full-time dropped. And is that a correct analysis of this, or am I not saying this correctly? Thank you.
Representative Obermuller, members of the committee, we just moved back to the other slide, and it does reflect a dip in the FTE as well. So this slide here shows that in 2016 there was a dip in the overall, in the headcount and the FTE, as well as, but your point is well taken if you want to go back to the other slide. Along with that dip, there was also a resulting reduction in the ratio of part-time to full-time students, which would suggest that we had fewer part-time students coming back during that dip. And again, these are really interesting questions, and I think that we could probably do some more analysis and look as to what caused that particular downturn. I would also, if any of the presidents had any insight into that as well. It's important to know that we show all of these statistics usually in aggregate, but the different colleges all serve different populations and they do so in different ways. And so I'm sure that the lived experience on campus by campus would vary.
Mr.
Go
Chairman?
ahead.
The only thing I will add is I know, I recognize that in the last 2 years during the pandemic, there was extreme concern among the colleges that another dip of this magnitude was around the corner. However, there were quite a few incentive programs and financial funding that assisted students returning to classes more quickly than they may have otherwise done in the 2019 to 2021 timeframe. So you don't see a comparable dip in that timeframe. The last contextual piece I wanted to provide are the earned and completed credit hours. So the earned hours are those credits that, enrolled credit hours are those credit hours in which students enrolled sometime during that term. The completed credit hours are those hours that were actually enrolled in and completed by the end of that term, satisfactory to that course. What this slide does show is that both earned and enrolled are kind of showing the same downward trend. One of the things that you might see here is that there's a wider gap between earned and completed at the beginning of the graph and a little bit slightly narrower at the end. And this shows that there are more students completing hours that they enroll in than they used to. It used to, right around 2014, it was about 71%. It's now approaching 77 or 78% of enrolled hours are getting completed. These particular measures are most important related to the funding allocation model. I just wanted to provide this slide. We provided this slide at our last presentation. It's just a refresher on how the community colleges are funded within the state. The original design has generally been to be 60% state aid, 20% local revenues or property tax levies, and 20% tuition and fee revenue. In fiscal year, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Representative.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And the historical design, I've wondered this since the last conversation we had, where did that come from? Where did that data come from? How do we know that was how it was historically meant to be?
Mr. Chairman, actually, that's a great question. Perhaps historical design may be a little bit misleading. The state has funded community colleges at about 60% since roughly the early 1980s. That was when the state originally started putting a significant amount of state aid into the system. It has fluctuated between about 65 and 55%, but it's generally been roughly about 60% for about 40 years. So it's historical design. The design may not be the appropriate term, maybe historic tradition. The other point is that I wanted to show here is that within the fiscal year 2022 community college budgets, the state aid was approximately about 55%, and then college tuition was approaching 26, 27%. Again, a little bit of a refresher on the variable and fixed costs. The reason why I put this in here is that for both the funding allocation model and the recalibration, variable costs are what are impacted by those particular processes. So when you look at the enrolled and completed credit hours, they assist in allocating the variable cost portion of the state aid block grant. And then for recalibration, the full-time equivalent enrollment only impacts the variable costs for the state aid standard budget. So the variable costs are an important piece of how the state aid actually gets assessed and either requested in the standard budget or allocated to the colleges. The next slide, I think, is much more, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, this one gives me all kinds of problems. You say you're comparing fixed with variable. What is it varying with? Because variable costs, they're a very important concept, but you've got to understand what's causing it to vary, and some things that get labeled variable for other purposes really aren't, and some things that get labeled fixed can vary quite a bit, because if it's variable, if it's fixed with the number of students, it may be quite variable if inflation is what you're looking at. And that's, so I kind of want to think about this one a little bit, because I think this one is being misused. For instance, instruction, you're labeling 35% as fixed cost and 65% as variable. Is that fixed cost? Is that, and variable, is that variable with numbers of students? Or is it fixed and variable in inflationary terms?
Mr. Chairman. Senator Scott, it appears you're looking at both slides 10 and 11. So if you look at 10, these, so the variable and fixed costs, how the community college assesses those are based on the National Association of Community College Business Officers. So it's the professional organization that provides a financial manual that the Community College Commission follows. So what this particular, the way the community colleges assesses that is that if you look on slide 10, it shows you what is variable and what is fixed. So fixed are generally those that are operating costs that do not deal directly with enrollment for the most part. I'll say for the most part, because there are a few fixed cost centers that do have a variable element because they will impact enrollment to a certain extent, such as academic advising. Variable costs are those costs that are either proportionately or in a sense, they're stepped in a way that you have to increase expenses depending on a certain type of enrollment. So if you look at, if you shows on the bottom of slide 10, there are those where you're gonna have increased costs as you go. So like academic advising, you're gonna have increased costs as the more students you have. But there may be stepped variable costs where you can have, 4 English instructors, but then if you have a certain number of students increase, you actually have to add another section. So that's kind of a stepped variable cost. But it does not have to do directly with inflation. These are not inflationary cost factors.
And I see these being used in the standard budget calculations. And that strikes me as they're using them entirely inappropriately. Because some of these costs that do vary with the number of students you have, or are fixed with the number of students you have, do vary very heavily when you get into an inflationary era, and the standard budget ought to pick that up. And I think the way this fixed and variable distinction is being used in that area is a misuse of that, and that's something we need to think about. And what do we have to do, Mr. Chairman, to correct that if there is a problem there? And I think there is. I think we're systematically underfunding the colleges in an inflationary era because we're looking at some of the costs that inflation is varying as if they were fixed, and they're not for that purpose.
Senator Scott and members of the committee, I think that's a great question, or a great point. When we do recalibration and we're looking at fixed and variable costs, there is an assumption that serving one student in 2010 costs the same as serving one student in 2022 or 2023. And just because the term variable cost is included, some might think that that means inflation is taken into account or the increased cost. However, it is not, as you point out. So it's like fixed and semi-variable costs as far as that is concerned. So I think that's a good point that's brought up.
Mr. Chairman, I think the key is that we're regarding some costs as fixed that are not fixed when it comes when there's inflation in the society, and they go up right with everything else. Your wages and your salaries and things like that, which are some of your key costs, are clearly affected by inflation, even though they may not be affected by the number of students you've got. And some of them are and some of them aren't. I think you've got this distinction probably right for the number of students, but it doesn't apply in the way it's, I think, if I understand rest of your presentation, it's not being used, it's being used as if it were fixed for budgetary purposes, and it is clearly not.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, I think I'm tracking where you're going. The challenge here is that when we look at fixed and variable costs, we're looking at it on an annual basis for the budget. Looking at it, this is what the colleges have for their variable costs and fixed costs based on this table here, which is in our rule, and this is how we calculate or reconfigure our fixed and variable splits every 4 years for the colleges. What none of that takes into account is that in 2016, their fixed and variable costs have increased overall, but it doesn't actually impact their actual, sorry, I may be making this a little bit too complicated. It's not factoring into the value of the dollar for those costs over time. So the statute requires that we actually request our standard budget, which is the recalibration, by applying the full-time equivalent enrollment increase or decrease to just the variable cost side. It's not asking to estimate what the variable costs would be 4 years later. It's just basically saying whatever your current standard budget is that is variable cost dependent, what is that enrollment increase? So fixed costs or any sort of inflationary impact have not been considered in any recalibration.
Mr. Chairman, what I'm afraid of is that in the rest of the state government, as I understand the standard budget process, it's the budget that is required to provide the same level of services, which would take inflation into account. That you're getting hit with a standard budget that does not take inflation into account. And they're treating it as if it does. And the result is that we're gradually, systematically underfunding the community colleges. And what I'm thinking, Mr. Chairman, is that one of the things we need to look at as a committee is changing that definition, because if in our appropriations process, we're not making proper allowance for inflation, that's getting us in trouble long-term, and I see that.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you explain to us how, in this area of inflation, how the external cost adjustment, at least in theory, is supposed to interface with this?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Oldmuller, currently the community colleges do not engage in or experience any sort of external cost adjustment or inflationary factor in their funding. That's, as Senator Scott has said, all we do is look at our standard budget, and every 4 years, we're required by statute to look at enrollment growth. Currently, enrollment has not grown in over a decade, so each biennium, or pardon me, each recalibration, we're comparing the most current years to the prior recalibration period, and it's showing that it's declining. So every recalibration has been a negative exception request.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And so the question is, so, one motion that I'm going to bring is something on an ECA for colleges to examine the cost pressures similar to what K-12 does. But would that be better served at the recalibration point or every 2 years at the budget process? I mean, in K-12, it's every year, but that doesn't, I don't think, necessarily make that much sense for this. But would it be better at every 2 years during the budget process or every 4 years during the recalibration process?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, that is generally a policy question for the commission, or for the committee. I believe that the community colleges would be willing to seek an adjustment every biennium, because it makes sense to go with each of the standard budgets that would go forward. However, currently, we don't have any standard budget exception process in place other than recalibration every 4 years.
Mr. Chairman, following up on that last, I think one of the questions before the committee is going to be, should we get that inflation adjustment made as an explicit external cost adjustment as we do in the K-12? Or should we just get it put into the standard budget the way we do for the rest of state government? Right now, they're getting the worst of both. They have no external cost adjustment. A standard budget that is different from the standard budget for everybody else and does not take inflation into account. And we may need to get some advice, Mr. Chairman, from the budget and fiscal people, Don Richards and people like that, as to what's the best way to approach this. Because for the state government at large, it's sort of a seamless approach, but I don't know how well it covers it. But it does cover inflation, at least to a degree.
Okay, anyone else?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Going back to the slide on cost categories, you've got 9 different categories there, but I assume that they're not weighted equally. So can you give us a little bit of explanation about which of them go into the largest cost for the community colleges?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Connolly, I think I understand your question. They're not weighted equally, meaning they're not all the same amount of cost for the colleges. Is that correct? Mr. Chairman, Representative Connolly, I don't have it off the top of my head which costs are the highest. My understanding would be instruction and some of the, basically the first five or six categories would be the largest cost there. The items number 3, 4, and 5, and 6 are, as shown there, designated almost exclusively as fixed costs because they are basically services and cost centers that no matter how many students you actually have to have your administrative apparatus. You have to have your academic and advising services, all those types of things that you have to have for accreditation reasons and so forth that you can't really get out of doing. When you get to instruction, there are going to be levels of cost depending on enrollment, the types of classes that are being chosen, that sort of thing. But in terms of the actual costs, in terms of what percentage of their budget, I don't have that off the top of my head.
Kind of a follow-up and going with the ECA discussion. Do you have any thoughts about the use of an ECA related to these different categories of costs, or should it be across the board?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Connolly, we provided a fairly simple analysis at the very end of this presentation where we looked at basically the Wyoming Cost of Living Index. That's very generalized. But if we wanted to get further into the details as to whether you're looking at personnel costs, utilities costs, those types of things, we haven't gone deep into that yet. But if that's something akin to the K-12 funding model that is desired, we will work with you as necessary.
And what, Representative Paxton, Chair Paxton, one other item I think what we're getting at, but I just want to make clear is, as far as the cost adjusted relating to inflation and the cost of services and goods, fixed and variable costs, that distinction is relatively meaningless when it comes to inflation. So just as the variable cost for instruction, you see that 65% to 35%. The more students we have, the more instruction we would need, the more instructors. But these are still based on the salaries and general budgets, back in 2010 or earlier. And so if there were to be an ECA, to answer Representative Connolly's question, it would seem to make the most sense to apply it across the board for both fixed and variable, since all of those costs, whether it be good or services, are going up equally.
And Mr. Chairman, I would just add one little comment for the committee to understand that the commission did come forward in their budget request last year with this component that it's not recognized. So it is something that has been brought forward and discussed mostly in that appropriation space. But that's why it's so important that it's happening here too.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So obviously in the K-12 funding model, some consultant decides what coursework is required for an adequate education, right? And then we fund that, or that's our task. So in the community college environment, I'm not really sure I understand. So what if a college decides to add 4 programs? How does that relate into your funding model? And so, because I look at instructions, so it looks to me like the more programs you add, the more money you typically get, or a bigger piece of the pie you get. I don't know, I don't really understand which one. So how does your funding model account for the variation in desires of community colleges to be more aggressive in their programming? In other words, does your model fund colleges, would it fund more to colleges that wanted more programming versus a college that wanted to be really good at the small group of programming they already have? Does that make sense?
Yeah, Representative Summers, Chairman Paxton. I think that's addressed through 2 different sides. One, more of a free market competition side, and another through rules and policy. The rules and policy side, anytime a new program is suggested by one of the colleges, it has to go through the commission for approval. And our rules require that any new program, that the college first passes it internally. Their board of trustees has to approve that. But then it comes to the commission where we evaluate, is there a demand for this? Is this sustainable from an economic standpoint? And so unless there is ample evidence that enrollment is likely and job placement is likely and industry has been consulted and all of that is addressed, that program wouldn't be approved. So as far as colleges being able to be more aggressive or less aggressive when it comes to creating more programs, the policy issue and the rules within the commission address that to some extent. The other side of things is more the free market side, and by that I mean the recalibration occurs every 4 years. And so if a college were to try to be more aggressive so that they could have more instructors, it would only impact them at that recalibration period every 4 years. They frankly don't have the funding and the reserves to be able to float having an additional 10 or 15 or 20 instructors, just so that 4 or more years down the road, that adjustment to the recalibration could adjust it. I guess what I'm saying is really the impetus for creating more programs and hiring more faculty has to be an immediate demand in their community and the opportunity for enrollment sufficient to cover the increased cost of that instructor.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So what happens if a college puts in a new program the year before? Is it then eligible during recalibration? And consequently, and I support an inflationary adjustment process for community colleges. But what I wouldn't want to see that turn into is is basically a never-ending cycle of growth in the community college industry to fund more and more and more and more when maybe we do or don't need more and more programming. And so I don't see where the throttle is in your funding model. The throttle that holds back, if you start to apply inflationary pressure money, then are we going to see this boom to get it higher dollars during the recalibration? Ultimately, you come back to us and we fund or not fund. But what I don't want to see is, or what I wouldn't want to see is one college kind of take advantage of that system versus another college. And so I'm wondering how you would handle that.
Sure. Representative Summers, Chairman Paxton. Another important point is that that recalibration is based, and I'll turn this over to Mr. Swank, on the enrollments. And so those variable costs are based on that FTE. And so if a college were to throttle up as far as offerings, if they were not able to find enrollments to meet those calculations would not provide them additional funding to cover that additional, those additional instructor hirings. And if I may, turn it over to Michael Swank to, maybe he can go into more detail about that.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, I think Ben's kind of given a good overview of how the Community College Commission works. The Community College Commission is not a regulating body. So when we have our state aid, it is essentially a block grant. And when we do our funding allocation model or we work with recalibration, the colleges still have to maintain their ability to serve their students where they need to with a limited amount of state funding. So to a certain extent, there isn't necessarily a throttle that we control that prevents them from adding programs, but they're only going to get whatever the state aid is that is appropriated. If they can figure out how to cost and administer those programs with the state aid that we have in hand, then they could do that per Ben's discussion about having approval of that program at the commission level. But the commission doesn't maintain authority over their staff. They don't maintain authority over their budget. We receive that information to help us allocate funding, but we don't actually control how they run their colleges.
Looks like you have some help from one of your friends back there.
Yeah, I would invite President Devine to speak. He can, I'm sure, give more specific examples.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Representative Summers. Mr. Chair, Representative Summers, Darren Devine, President of Casper College, also the President of the Presidents. I believe I can answer your question quickly. The short answer is we have no money for those. So as a college president, I have a budget that I'm given on a biennial basis. That budget is based on students. It is not based on programs. It's not based on complexity. It's not based on any other factor, some small factors, but it's based on students. So if I want to start a new program, I have to bet that I'm going to get the enrollment in the future, and that in the future, my budget will increase because of overall enrollment. And quite frankly, either the enrollment has grown in the state, or the enrollment in the state has not grown, and we're going to rob Peter to pay Paul, and I'm going to outcompete one of my fellow institutions. That's, obviously part of the open and free market system. But in short, just because I want to start a new program, or any one of my colleagues want to start a new program, there's no additional money for that. That has to come out of our planning process. That has to come out of us betting and doing our research and knowing that sustainability is there in the future. But simply because we want to start a new program, we will not get funding for that.
Okay, Co-Chair Scott?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, so if you get a new industry that's coming town and they say, we'll need to have so many people trained in this particular technology, and if we can't get them, we won't come. Are you able to respond to that kind of request?
Mr. Chair, Senator Scott, it depends. In general, as a general process, no, it would be the exact same response. In this regard, the budgeting process, from the commission does not give leeway for that. However, this is why, one of the many reasons we're coming to you with different programs over time. Let me give you an example of one of my wonderful colleagues in the western part of the state, Western Wyoming Community College. One of their great partners came to him and said, we need a power line program. There are not people, being turned out on a local, regional, or even national level to maintain power lines. This is a really big example for us. Dr. Dale did not have a ready pot of money to start that program. She thought about it, even though she's a great president and they're very fiscally responsible. They have a little bit of money, but not enough to start that program. This is one example where WIP came along, the governor's initiative, and they were able to stand up that program, the startup costs through WIP. Now, even though she has the startup costs, it's still a process of within the next couple of years, if that program cannot sustain itself, Dr. Dale will have to look at that and either determine that hopefully, and I am very confident that it will be a sustainable program, but let's, for argument's sake, say that it's not. Dr. Dale would then have a very tough decision in front of her and her cabinet as to whether she continues that program because it's such a community need that she needs to take more of her funding, an outsized portion of her funding to support that, or whether she has to eventually close that program. So the short answer to your question is no, sir. Just because an industry comes to us does not mean we have money to address that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just out of curiosity, is there a mechanism in place that would allow that industry to be able to sow money into the college, to be able to initiate that building, and then they would be able to maintain it? So that is there. They could do that, not just dump it on the college, say, hey, we need these people, by the way, we're not going to help you with that. So,
Mr. Chair, Representative Neiman, thank you very much. That's a great question and reminds me of one of the things I neglected in my haste to give you a quick answer to explain. Let me give you a specific and then a general answer. The answer is yes in both cases. In the case of Western Wyoming, Dr. Dale did have a partner, an industry partner that came along and helped with some of those costs. So that does happen. And yes, in general, it can happen. There's a multitude of ways that can happen. Again, going back to the Wyoming Innovation Partnership, that's one of the goals, is that hopefully we can have in some programs, industry partners stand up with us and be able to share some of those costs. If I might, I do want to add one little caveat there, that those costs will almost always be they will almost always be operational. The costs for, excuse me, my brain just stopped. The cost for our staff, the cost for personnel has to be recurring. And so those are costs that we have to rely on a recurring pot of money for. So quite often when we have industry partners, they're helping us with operational costs that are, I do not want to get drawn back into fixed and variable, but they are costs that are usually not associated with personnel. I just want to make that one caveat.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I want to go back to this idea. I totally agree. We need to figure out a way to get more money to community colleges. But what I'm concerned about is if we give you that money, will it end up in growth, programming growth, which is a great thing in a way, right? I mean, that means you have more students that want to do more things, but ultimately then somebody has to pay that cost, and that comes back to the state then. So, I mean, how do we thread this needle that we're supplying you the money you need for the programming you have, but where it's not a continual increase in programming? Because that's been one of my bugaboos, is that community colleges double or triple up on programming around the state. And we have the same programs all over the state. Do we need those programs all over the state? I mean, some would say yes and some would say no. But how do we do this in a manner that funds you appropriately, but that doesn't fuel growth that we end up having to fund more of?
Mr. Chair, Representative Summers, that is an excellent question. Unfortunately, it is a very, very, very tiny needle and a very big piece of thread that you're trying to put through there. On one hand, the current model works very effectively for that, because the only money, I don't want to be absolute, but the biggest bulk of money is doled out based on enrollment. And so you have that automatic governor on that growth or that retrenching, because you have money based on enrollment. If a program is successful, it gets funded. If it's not, it doesn't. Right? So you have that governor. On the flip side of that, as what started this entire conversation, if I understand correctly, is there are no allotments for inflationary costs. And so, I think the question you're asking is, how do you have an adequate growth model that doesn't put every dollar towards, or doesn't base every dollar on enrollment, but at the same time allows you a little bit of flexibility to address the question Representative Neiman came up with is, we have a new industry coming in, they have a need, how do we have the flexibility to address that need without robbing Peter to pay Paul? That is an absolute excellent question. I am not prepared to give you an answer here right now. I don't think I have the intellectual capacity to do that, quite frankly. It's a tough situation. It's a very tough situation. It's a very tough call. I will tell you that it is very frustrating. I understand. I don't mean it in the slightest to complain, but it is very frustrating to look at, I'll give you two areas. On a daily basis, I have programs come to me, multiple healthcare programs at Casper College would be the best example, and say, if I only had one more faculty member, I can increase this program. That's fantastic. I have 4 other programs in the exact same boat, right? And then directly to Representative Neiman's question, when you have an industry come in, such as Western Wyoming did, it's very difficult to have to look at another program and say, we're not going to be able to increase your enrollment or increase your program because I need to take those dollars and, in some sense, make a blind bet on a program that we don't have. And so that is very tough, but I certainly understand, and all my colleagues understand your dilemma of how do you have that adequate governor to make sure that you have enough leeway, but not enough leeway that you have 8 different colleges all offering the exact same programs, all having very minimal enrollments. That's a very tough question, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I think this brings up a dilemma that we're going to have as a legislature. I think the inflation we probably need to solve in the context of the general budget. It's going to run across everything in the whole of state government. So we need to have a solution that works for these people as well as for everybody else in the state government. When it comes to funding new programs to meet specific workforce needs we have, there's a couple of ways we can approach it. We could set an appropriation at the Community College Commission level that could be then competed for. Be one way to do it. We could set an appropriation at the Business Council level that could be competed for to meet the needs of new outfits coming into the state as a whole. Would fit well with the rest of the Business Council. We spend a fair amount of money in the health department trying to recruit new professionals. Maybe we ought to take some of that money and put it in a block that could be used to fund expansion of existing programs at community colleges in the health area, which tend to be expensive programs, but for which there's a great demand. That may be an appropriate way to do it. As a legislature, we've got several choices, and I'm not sure I'm prepared to advocate for any one, but it seems to me we've uncovered a problem that keeps us from being as effective as we need to, and we need to think about how to manage that and what's the best way to do it.
Mr. Chair, if I might, just one last thought, one last musing for Representative Summers. And this is I wouldn't even call this a half-baked notion. It's maybe a 16th baked notion, but my comments have revolved around the idea of new programs. That's where the questioning has been. I do want to make sure that I'm not remiss, and I do want to mention that probably the largest or the hardest part of my job is not in advocating for new programs. It's closing down old programs. That is an everyday part of the job. Students change, needs change, economies change. New areas are needed, old areas are not necessarily in demand anymore. So on average, and I know you get this report, I believe annually, if not biannually, or twice, we close down, on average, the system as a whole shuts down about as many programs as we add. So potentially, I suppose another governor would be to take an approach of a range of programs, that can be funded across the state at any one time. I'm not saying that's a great step, but it might be one thought process to look at, that you have a range in numbers. And we have other areas that, we have the way the budget works. Mr. Zwank, if I remember correctly, that, there's a range of employees that are allowed. You could potentially look at something like that.
Other questions from the committee? Okay, proceed, please.
And Representative Summers, Chairman Paxton, we can forward that semi-annual report to this committee again, if it would be helpful in your discussions. As President Devine mentioned, every October and April in our commission meetings, we provide a report of all of the new programs as well as all of the programs that have been discontinued. So much like a small business would do with a limited amount of capital and revenue, you can't just build without also perhaps curtailing something else if you've got a fixed amount of revenue coming in. So maybe I can turn it back to Mr. Swank, and he can continue with his discussion unless there are other questions.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. The next few sections are basically just some refreshers to get to our final analysis, and I'll try to go through just the high points of these. The levels of instruction have been around since roughly 2007 to 2009. They were designed during the last, I believe, Blue Ribbon Task Force the legislature had around that time frame. They were based off of some information related to what it would take to deliver certain types of courses, whether that's your traditional lecture lab, and high intensity, high resource, and potentially low enrollment courses, sometimes referred to as CTE or some other courses that are like that. Prior to 2016, the commission used to come to the legislature regularly for enrollment growth or other types of exception requests. Based on 2016 House Bill 80, that process was designed to be the 4-year recalibration, and that's where the levels of instruction were actually put into statute, and their weightings were changed. The biggest and most important point to our levels of instruction analysis for recalibration comes on these next two slides. Prior to 2016, there were 3 levels of instruction: lecture lab, and high delivery, high equipment, low enrollment courses, CTE, such as welding and so forth. They were 1, 1.5, and 2. So by that reasoning, lecture was your traditional course. A lecture lab was equivalent to 50% higher increase in course costs. And a level 3 course was double the cost of a lecture course. That was kind of the reasoning behind it, and they had data to back that up. But when they were adjusted, those 3, lectures stayed the same, but the 2 other levels of instruction were discounted slightly, and a third was implemented not to the core essence of a course, but to just the delivery method, that it would be a remote delivery method. So you have 4 levels of instruction. We currently have what we've termed, or I've termed in the analysis, level 1 lecture, level 2 lecture lab, which is now at 1.25 instead of 1.5, level of instruction number 3, which is the CTE, or high intensity, low enrollment courses, which went from 2 to 1.5. And then the 4th level of instruction, which is distance education, which actually impacts all the other 3 levels. It's just a different method of delivery. And that was weighted at 0.8. So you could have a traditional lecture course that when it's delivered remotely, has a 20% discount because it's delivered remotely, even if it's the exact same course. So that's kind of the conundrum that the commission has struggled with in terms of these levels of instruction, that the core courses, the instruction, the instructors, the type of course being delivered was kind of secondary to this 4th level of instruction. It discounted all of them. So you'll have the other 3 levels of instruction also run in a delivery method of remote, where if you have a level 3 that's delivered remote, it's really not a 1.5, it's actually 0.8, because the remote level trumps all others. So that's kind of where we get to this concern that the level of instruction number 4 is not actually representative of the true cost of the course. And that's kind of where we get to this analysis when we do the recalibration toward the end of this presentation, and that when you start to bring that level 4 instruction either back to a lecture base, or if it's removed and you just use those 3 core levels, it actually helps the recalibration because you're not discounting that course any further.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just out of curiosity, as you're describing that, on a remote learning and as far as CTE, they're not at the facility evidently. So how are the facility costs being passed on to the facility? They're having to do what to gain this knowledge in a remote setting when they're doing plumbing, electrician, structural, engineering, whatever? How does that work?
Representative Neiman and Chairman Paxton, that's a great question. And I wanted to follow up with some examples of these different areas to kind of ground this discussion a bit. CTE courses are statistically less likely to be offered online than the other courses to begin with, because of some of the challenges you mentioned. During the pandemic, of course, all of these, the percentage of online courses went up significantly because many students were unable to take these courses in person. And so that also addressed, that hit the funding model more extensively if you just take a 0.8 multiplier across a wide swath of the courses. Some CTE courses can be offered through providing through mail materials. That's going to work better for some courses than for others. Others, they may have dedicated sites on campus, and then they schedule one at a time where they can come in, for instance, if it's a welding course or something like that. And particularly when it came to the pandemic, if they could normally serve 16 students because they had 16 stalls, they would schedule, okay, we're just going to do 4 at a time and you'll come in at these different periods, but the rest of the learning will be remote. Because it's classified as remote in the scheduling, it would then get the 0.8 multiplier. However, the materials were the same as before. And then one last example would be with the labs, that 1 LOI 2. In many cases, those courses can be done by sending the lab equipment or the lab materials, reconstructing the lab somewhat so it can be done at home and then mailing that off to the particular student. In that instance, you can probably imagine the cost of offering that course is the same or possibly even more than the original version, because you've had to redesign the lab, you've had to purchase the materials, you've had to mail those off, and yet it is again coded as that LOI 4, which has a 0.8 multiplier versus the 1.25 as it was after the 2016 legislation. So hopefully that addresses some of those questions.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just going to kind of come out and just state the obvious. It seems to me, I wasn't around in 2016, so going over this is really helpful for me, but it seems to me, and I'm going to ask this in a form of a question, have we made this incredibly more difficult than it has to be to try to get the funding to community colleges with these multipliers and these factors? And with that, my follow-up question would be, do you have a solution that would take what we did in 2016 and maybe get rid of these multipliers and everything that makes this so difficult and intricate to make it a little bit more flat-based and understandable to, if it's not just us, even the standard person who's watching us online, to have a simple clue as to what in the world we're even talking about?
Representative Brown, Chairman Paxton. Thank you for that question. And I think that we do have some ways that could be dealt with. The original multipliers that were in place prior to 2016 were derived from research as to the actual cost of the delivery of these. The revisions to these were, I'm not aware of if and what data was used to come up with those multipliers. That precedes my tenure in this position as well, so I can't speak to that. We do have some proposals at the end, and I think that you may address some of that. And so we will get to that. It is a bit confusing, and I know that the colleges and whenever these discussions take place, they're not quick discussions because it's a complicated set of formulas.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Brown, one of the things I think, one of the main reasons for House Bill 16 was to provide a regular interval in which the community colleges could seek exception funding, basically is what it was. In the past, and this really comes to this slide right here, we had to look at it on a regular basis. It was a little bit it was not standardized, that sort of thing. And that was one of the reasons to do this. And as Dr. Moritz said, these levels of instruction were in policy and rules prior to it, and we were using those to, in a sense, work with our funding allocation model and so forth. Having them in statute, obviously, it creates challenges in terms of potentially revising that when further data and further information comes to the front. But I think the biggest reason was to provide some sort of regularity with which the community colleges could seek exception funding. The challenge was that when it was focused only on enrollment, it kind of disregarded a variety of different costs that the community colleges face.
Mr. Chairman, may I add to that? With your pleasure, Mr. Chairman and Representative Brown. That was my very first year representing WACD. So it was a big bill to come in and try and represent this. But what you heard from Mr. Swank is really the bottom line was to provide some certainty, because the colleges were having to come back year after year. And for budgeting, ease of budgeting, it provided a little more stability. Did we get it right? Perfect? No. That's why we're here. That's why we're still talking about it. That's why we're still trying to learn and understand. And the word that I like to use a lot, and I think we're hearing it in other spaces too, is we just need to make sure we're modernizing what's in here to reflect currently what's really happening. And is there more work to do? Absolutely.
Mr. Chairman, it seems to me that much of the criticism I've heard here of the formula has been that this distance education thing at 0.8 is just not realistic. And that certainly corresponds with what I've seen elsewhere, that distance, doing something remotely, virtually, solves some problems, but cost isn't one of them. You still need the same amount of professional attention in preparing. You still, each kid needs the same amount of professional attention to make sure they're getting it. It's just delivered a little differently. I see two ways of effectively of dealing with that. One would be to simply say, okay, most of these are in the lecture type courses, because that works better remotely than some of the others. Just take the 0.8 and move it to 0.1 and 1.0, same as a lecture course. Is that a preferred way, or do we just abolish this fourth category and spread these others into the appropriate categories, which is the easier and will give us the simplest bill to present to the legislature?
Okay, Senator Scott, Chairman Paxton. Most likely, the best the best way to move forward that would be most reflective of actual cost would be perhaps to remove the distance education multiplier in its entirety, because moving it to 1 would address the issues for lecture, but lecture is already at 1. The areas where that multiplier really causes distress as far as being able to cover the actual cost of the course are those LOI 2 and LOI 3 courses. So even though there are fewer CTE courses that are offered online, those that are, the cost is in most cases the same or slightly more. One quick example might be my colleagues at LCCC during the pandemic and still to now to some extent offered what is called a high flex course, where a course could be offered in its original setting. So maybe that's a CTE course. So some students are going to the actual site. But for students who are unable to do so, perhaps they have been positive with COVID, or they're dealing with other health issues and can't go in person, they are given the opportunity to visit remotely. That course is high flex because you can either go in person or remotely. However, that status is a LOI 4, so the multiplier automatically becomes a 0.8. So those are some of those examples. Because the distance education does not reduce the cost of offering, nor does it increase the number of students that could be served, because I believe that was another question that perhaps led to the original LOI 4 being created with a 0.8, is that people thought, well, now you could have 100 people, you could have 200 people in this course because it's online and the sky's the limit. First of all, it was discovered that that's not effective. Instructors still need to have regular contact with the students, and an instructor cannot have regular contact with 100 students. Those caps have been placed on those in most instances that are similar to what it would be for an in-person course. So all that to say, from what we have experienced through discussions with the colleges, the most reflective of actual cost would be to remove that LOI 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to go back to kind of Representative Brown's question and then Ms. Taylor and Mr. Dr. Moritz's kind of response to it. I was around in 2016 and I served on appropriations. Appropriations was the committee that this issue came to. And let me just share my perspective with the committee, that was sausage making at it, you can call it at its best or its worst. These figures were drawn out of the air and then they were changed and then they were compromised and then they became statute. So there is no agreement that these were the correct, that these were the best. It was an experiment, and that's the way I look at it. It was an experiment to take care of, honestly, a problem with community college funding, that HB 80 was the attempt at a solution. And so we came up with how the funding mechanism would work. It included these percentages, and then it included for the first time a recalibration that was supposed to take into account inflation, for example, right? It never did, right? It never did. And over the years, and now it's been 6+ years, you've had the community colleges come back to the legislature and make a request. We need a home committee. We need a committee that's going to understand what the community colleges do and to understand the funding. Because on appropriations, that's not what we did, right? We went from agency to agency and we didn't particularly look at content, we looked at funding. Right? The community colleges have come back and have said to us repeatedly, this isn't working and we need something different. So what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing with the request for the topic this year is that the home committee should be education, and this committee should really look at the funding, because the funding model, because what we have right now from HB 80, though it was that compromise, isn't working well enough. And so just kind of my 2 cents, my perspective on what happened 6 years ago and now where we are today, and somewhat the obligation of this committee to take on this issue in a very kind of serious and sustained way.
Mr. Chairman, that's a very useful background. So, Mr. Chairman, we have prepared for us a bill that amends the distance education from 0.8 to 1.0. And what I'm hearing is a recommendation that instead of doing that, we simply abolish that distance education. Is that my question is, and LSO, this may be a question for you as much as for the Community College Commission. We decide to go that way. Is that a simple amendment to this bill? Just knock that piece out? And we're also hearing that the standard budget mechanism has not got the same kind of inflation adjustment for community colleges as it does elsewhere. And that's more complicated. Should we agree to just knock this LOI out and just do that as a separate bill? Or would we be better off to have one that dealt with both the budgeting issues? And because that one will be more complicated to write, and we'll have to look at that next time.
Sounds like a good question for their staff.
Mr. Chairman, Tanya Heitrick, Legislative Service Office. In response to your question, it's a policy choice for you all, whether you want one or two bills to do that. Regarding the repeal of the provision for distance education, that's not something that I've looked at previously. Just a quick review of the statute, it seems like it would just, for the same provision that we went in and amended in 21-18-102, we would just repeal that provision about distance education, but this is the first time that I'm hearing this proposal.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, and I don't know whether you're ready for this, but it would seem to me that maybe they ought to be two bills. You could put them as one, but I'm afraid we go into the standard budget area, we may get a dispute with the Appropriations Committee. It might be safer to have two bills. So what I'm going to suggest, Mr. Chairman, is that when the time comes, we tell the LSO to go amend and bring back to us in final a bill that instead of changing as the one here does on page 2, lines 7 and 8, from 0.8 to 0.1, just repeals this new distance education. And that would allocate everything. The intent is to allocate courses back in the other three areas as is appropriate. And we'd have to have a review to make sure that it does what we intend to, and have a bill next time that accomplishes those purposes. Have that be one bill, Mr. Chairman. Have a second bill be one that I think the best way to go is to adjust the standard budget so it adjusts for inflation the same way the other standard budgets do. And we would need to consult with the fiscal people up in Don Richard's staff to do that. And I think maybe Mr. Wilmarth has some insight on that.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Matt Wilmarth, LSO. With regards to the community college's standard budget, they're treated very similarly, not identically, but similarly to other state agencies. Health insurance adjustments from the state plan are adjusted for the community colleges in their standard budget. That's an example. The salary increases provided by the legislature to community colleges last year will be part of their standard budget next biennium. So in those instances, benefits are adjusted like any other state agency. When the legislature provides salary adjustments, those are contained within their standard budget going forward. Utilities, fuel costs, et cetera, those, like other state agencies, would not show up in their standard budget. They would be borne as an exception request. And so the policy option there is, do you want to treat community colleges differently than a state agency on those types of exception requests or those increases in costs.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I think basically we want them treated the same, but what I'm hearing is that the community college standard budget is, doesn't cover a good part of their budget because they're using this fixed variable distinction, and it simply is not designed to deal with inflation at all, so that portions of their budget are not being, where inflation is setting in, they're not being dealt with. And my question is, how do we deal with that? What's comparable to what goes on in the rest of the state budgeting?
So Mr. Chairman, last year, I think Mr. Swink and Mr. Moritz discussed this. They asked for an exception request to account for the fixed cost variables within the model last year for costs such as utilities and other fixed costs within the model. The legislature denied and the governor denied that exception request, treated very similarly to other state agencies. And so those increased costs have been borne by the community colleges through their tuition and fees and local revenues that they receive as well. As an aside, one policy position or thought you may want to have is, inflationary costs, is it going to be borne on the same weights that the historical practice has been or design was for, 60%, 20%? So those are some thoughts I'd share on that.
Okay. Well, we may be getting a little ahead of ourselves here, I think, but I think the discussion has been good. I think it does give us some direction, and I think there seems to be a consensus, just judging from the kinds of questions that we're hearing from the committee, that probably our best course of action is just to eliminate that fourth category, and that I think that would be a pretty easy fix for that. And then we still are undecided on the second part of that. Maybe the continuing our discussion here might bring us to a better conclusion. So we're going to be running a little short of time here if we don't speed things up just a bit, but maybe this last discussion has given you some direction as to where we go from here as far as bringing everything to a productive conclusion. So,
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go
I
ahead.
want a motion on these things.
Well, let's save the motion until till the end. Okay, go ahead.
I think this discussion has kind of gone through most of my presentation, pretty much already. I didn't have my microphone on. So what we did on the recalibration side, which does impact the standard budget, the LOIs, we did look at changing the weight to 1, which is the current bill draft for LOI number 4, to removing LOI number 4 and basically redistributing those courses that would be under that LOI back to their core course level. And I think that gets to Senator Scott's question. So those were 3 different options. And then the last one really gets to the recalibration potential in terms of a bill. Currently, statute requires it to be, to conduct recalibration on an FTE, full-time equivalent student enrollment. As that has kind of just continually declined, it does not account for the total service cost to students because they have to be advised, they have to have facilities, all that sort of, facilities isn't quite the right thing, but academic support, that sort of stuff, for those students that are actually on campus or taking any sort of courses, and that's the head count. And that was the last option that we put in to our analysis, where we would change the current recalibration methodology from 100% FTE to 50% FTE and 50% headcount. As you saw from those earlier charts, FTE has steadily declined. That would kind of show a negative exception request. And headcount has fluctuated, but has generally either been level or slightly increased at different times. In terms of the way the recalibration is done, it would actually give a net increase to an exception request for the current recalibration period. So that was kind of our analysis, and that's what I wanted to show you here on slide 28. The numbers aren't exactly important. It's roughly a $500,000 or $600,000 change for the first four alternatives, and that's basically taking LOI to one or getting rid of it altogether. The fifth alternative, which actually includes the headcount, it would give a net positive exception request under the current conditions of $3.5 million. And that's just on the variable cost portion of state aid, not the fixed. So that's kind of what the LOI would do on recalibration based on these scenarios. Again, this is all kind of example scenarios, trying to use as current data as we can, and also having to reconfigure our data for that LOI number 4 to those other core courses. Based on that analysis, roughly 60 to 70% of those currently in LOI number 4 would go back to lecture. So they would go from 0.8 to 1, and then roughly 30 to 40% would go to those other two LOIs, LOI number 2, lecture lab, or LOI number 3, the intense courses. So you're basically doing accounting for the draft bill for about 70% of the courses. But then if you got rid of it, you would actually be assisting and not discounting those other two courses, or those other two cores. On the funding allocation model side, as I noted in the presentation, that does not account for headcount, so we didn't have to do that analysis for this particular side. But when you look at funding allocation, because it's a fixed pot, so we have $150 million of state aid, we have to apply it over 2 biennia. When you reconfigure the LOIs, it's going to impact each college slightly differently. So if you for those courses that have higher, or for those institutions that have higher lecture lab or level of instruction number 3, the high intensity, lower enrollment, they would see a more beneficial impact. That means you would have their potential allocations go up while other colleges would go down because it's a fixed pot. That's the impact of the LOIs on the funding allocation model. And those are just kind of the end. The last slide I have is really the very simplistic analysis we did of the ECA, or inflationary impact, which would be if we utilize the same time frame for the last recalibration, 2017 to 2021, it would be roughly a 16.8% change in the value of the dollar for Wyoming's cost of living index. However you apply that, whether it's by, whichever cost center you would use, that sort of thing, or whether it's on fixed and variable, those are items we did not take into account. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I probably saw all this information and just don't really understand. But one, I don't know that we've ever seen the funding model, right? What we're seeing now is the LOI, which is a little piece of some bigger, broader model that I have no idea what it even looks like. I don't know what weights you put on the different categories within that model, other than the LOI weight, right? But I don't know that I understand the funding model itself. Was that sent out to us, like how it all works?
Mr. Chairman, so first of all, the current slide I have up that I kind of skipped over is the recalibration. So this is the process that is used for the recalibration side. When you look at the funding allocation model, that is this graph that we provided to you last time. It's not quite user-friendly, but it is. This is really how allocation works in terms of us taking state aid and giving a fixed cost portion of state aid to every college, which is roughly 60% of the pot each year, and then utilizing those enrollment, completed credit hours, and completed degrees as a way to allocate the variable side of that state aid allotment. So you have 60% given to the given to the colleges off the top for their fixed cost side of their budget. And then 40% is allocated by these three metrics, which is participation, which is the weighted enrolled credit hours, which is where the LOI comes in. And then the completed weighted credit hours, again, the LOIs impact those weights. And then the weighted completed degrees and certificates. They do not use the LOIs. They're actually weighted in terms of the level of degree. So associate's degrees would get a weight of 2, a one-year certificate would get a weight of 1, and I believe a short-term certificate is either a 0.5 or a 0.75. And that's how we utilize those metrics to allocate the variable cost side of the state aid budget.
And Mr. Chairman, I remember reading about that, and particularly that last piece you were talking about. And so as we look at how we fund community colleges, obviously that weighting is skewed towards putting out a 2-year degree.
Correct.
Versus a credential, for example, which is weighted at 0.5 versus 2. So, and obviously it takes more time, right? So it requires more coursework. It's, so all of that's built into that 2 versus 0.5. But where is the value we place in the 2-year degree versus a credential? So maybe we want to see more credential programs in the state. So is the weighting solely based upon the amount of resources it takes to put out that particular, the 2-year program versus so where do you get 2? Where do you get 0.5? How does that work? What does that mean?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, when the weights were decided, I can't quite tell you exactly what went into it. I know that resource intensity is part of that in terms of, yes, you have a 2-year degree that takes longer than a 1-year degree. It's going to receive a higher weight for that particular metric, which is completion. But I would have to look at it, or I might defer to my colleagues on where the weights, what other values go into that weighting.
And Representative Summers, Chairman Paxton, the percentage, that multiplier 2, 1, and 0.5 or 0.75, a lot of that is derived from the amount of time it takes a student to get through. So if a student takes 2 years to complete an associate's degree, if the allocation model does a snapshot at a certain year, it would lose half of the students who are doing a 2-year program. But if you do a double multiplier, then it captures those students because when they do complete, because it takes into account the time. And so I think that's where it came from. The 1-year certificate is a multiplier of 1, and then the half-year or shorter certificate is a multiplier of 0.5, just so that everything trues up so that the number of completions is actually reflective at the annual cadence at which it's measured. And I should also point out that this is just the allocation model, not the recalibration and the overall funding model. So this is just how that fixed amount over that 4 years is spread out across the colleges. Does that address some of that question?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So just I guess a question, is that in statute? Is that in board rule, both? What on that particular piece, the 2? And I get it, right? It's basically the amount of time. It's not weighted on value, on a value system.
Correct.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, the funding allocation model is required by statute, but the particulars and details of how that model runs is in commission rule.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, further questions from the committee? Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't know if you were at the point of looking for a motion. I just wanted to offer some broader comments if this is the appropriate time or not. I'd leave that
Well, I
up
think
to
we're
you.
at a point where I think the consensus seems to be that we treat these 2 issues separately and with 2 separate bills. And I think we're probably approaching the area where we're deciding whether we should drop number 4, what we should do with that.
Would it be appropriate, Mr. Chairman, if I do make some general comments at this time?
If you would make some comments on that, I think it
Okay.
would be appropriate.
Thank you,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to shed a little bit of light on, and maybe remind us all of kind of how this ties in. You know, this being the home committee, which I'm so glad you brought that up, Representative Connolly, because that's been a big conversation for us over several years, right? We were kind of bouncing between here and appropriations and whatnot. But I want to remind you of the work of the Higher Education Attainment Council for the last how many years? Several of you participated in that. The state has a goal to achieve a 60%, 67% percentage of our population that will have a higher degree or credential by the year 2025. And that doesn't include just the community colleges, that's the university, that's the K-12, that's the state's goals for our citizenry. All of this plays into that in the role that the community colleges play. And so it's so important that you're understanding this, that you're doing the deep dive, that you're understanding the allocation model versus how the funding comes to the colleges. But I also wanted to bring up a point for clarification, because I think it was said something like we're treated like other state agencies. Not quite. I want to remind you in the slides that you saw from Michael Swank, the community colleges right now are funded at 55%, which is in fact below the 60% traditionally how it's been. So when the compensation increases were given, for instance, the colleges did not receive the same level that the other agencies received. And that becomes aware when folks in the community hear that all state agencies, including the colleges, are receiving compensation increases. For the colleges, it wasn't at the same level. So I just want to make that clear that it is not exactly the same. But the full circle on how that all ties together, we've been really doing, I think, a intentional job of looking at where is that need across the state. And that's where we've stood up programs like the Wyoming Works, like Wyoming's Tomorrow, the Wyoming Investment in Nursing. We've talked about replication versus duplication. We've talked about how the colleges and the commission does their job to put programs together where there's high demand, where there's high need. All of these things tie together, and I just want to kind of put a bow on how it all does work, and that it's not just a give us more money and then we just start running. You know, there's a very, I think, well-oiled machine on how the commission does their job to look at where the needs are across the state, how the funding allocation process works versus the model. Is there more work to do? Yes, there is. But right now, with so many demands on the colleges that are coming from policy decisions, whether it's from the office downstairs or in your body, the colleges are doing their best to respond to that. But they have several restrictions on how their hands are tied with opportunities for the funding. So I just wanted to kind of tie it all together if I could. I think it is appropriate to have the conversation about the levels of instruction. And I think where you're headed is probably a good direction to go for that with eliminating that. I don't want you to forget about the slide that Michael Swank presented to you on how headcount does play into that, creating more certainty, because that is a population that's being served but not represented necessarily in how the allocation takes place. And then strongly encourage you to look at another process for an ECA sort of mechanism and make sure that that is something that isn't forgotten in the process. I think you've had a good conversation about that. We would highly encourage that and look forward to participating on what that could look like moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, and I think there may be some questions as we move forward, but I'd like to call on Tanya first to ask her, you know, what would be the best process as far as you're concerned on just dealing with the first issue we talked with about eliminating the 0.8 thing. Could that be worked into the bill that we have in front of us now, or is that something that if we have a motion, should that motion be to amend that? Or should the motion be that we start all over again and maybe consider at the next meeting that we have? So I think that's the question I'd have for you. From your standpoint, can you adjust the current bill that we have in front of us to reflect what we think our consensus is going to be, or should we start all over with a whole new bill?
Mr. Chairman, it's really your prerogative. I do think that the bill that you have, 23 LSO 0075, could be presented and you could make a motion to amend it as you've stated. The other option is to not take up this bill, but direct staff through a motion to draft a new bill that repeals the distance education level of instruction. So those are the two mechanisms I see that you can move forward. It really doesn't matter to LSO. Either way, it accomplishes your purpose.
Okay, Co-Chairman Scott.
Mr. Chairman, with that, I will move that,
Yep.
what Mr. Chairman, what I was wanting to do is make the motion and then go to public comment.
That's fine.
Mr. Chairman, what I'll do is move that we take 23 LSO 0075 and that we have a new bill drafted in place of this. Keep 75 available, but draft a new bill that simply gets rid of that distance education and amends anything else that needs to be amended to achieve that so that it gets distributed into the other three, those courses get distributed into the other three categories.
So if I'm hearing you right, then the motion is to draft a new bill in
Yeah.
addition to this bill.
Yeah, keep 75 available in case we change our minds.
Okay, and so I think it would probably be appropriate for us to just go ahead. We could probably have discussion and vote upon that with among the committee without, without public comment, because we're not really passing a bill. We're just asking for a bill to be drafted. So with that, yes, go ahead.
I'd rather have the public comment first, just in case people have ideas that would go into this bill draft, so that we don't have to have the bill drafted pursuant to the good chairman's
That's fine.
motion, then come back next time and then find out we did it wrong. I
Okay.
think we're probably doing it right, but never hurts to listen first.
I'm not sure we even got a second on that, but did we get a second? That was a motion. We need a second.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Representative Summers. Okay, and first we'll take discussion from the committee before we go to public comment. Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I've been convinced by the people in front of us that getting rid of this is the appropriate way to do it. I don't want to do it right now because I'm afraid we might miss something that you'll find as you go through and draft a bill.
Okay. All right. Any other discussion from the committee? Yes, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My only concern about this is, there are other alternatives that also remove that particular piece that I don't feel like we've really vetted or had anybody weigh in on alternatives. Number 2, alternatives number 3, all of which remove number 4, but have other aspects of changes that seem to me need to be fleshed out a little stronger.
And I believe there's an opportunity to, once this is drafted and we have it in front of us, then I think if there was something else that we could do, you could amend that also. So I think just the motion is just to have it drafted. So we'll keep that in mind. All right. Any other comments from the committee? All right. We're open for public comment. Anyone from the public like to comment on this motion to have a new bill drafted? Okay, seeing none, do we have anyone online? No one online, okay.
No, there's no one online, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Sensing we're ready to vote, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Motion is carried. Okay, and then we're addressing our next issue, dealing with the ECA type thing. Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, could I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I guess I'd like to ask Ms. Taylor or whoever from the community colleges. So the ECA process, I guess the exception request process, you guys tried that, right? You did what you thought was an appropriate inflationary adjustment, moved that into an exception request. It was denied, and so it ended. So obviously that's kind of the standard operating procedure, and that didn't seem to play out. So what's your idea? You know, my idea would be that would put in statute a process that requires this committee and the Appropriations Committee to actually examine the inflationary pressures on community colleges and then make a recommendation, one to Appropriations and the governor, and then to, you know, kind of down the line, similar to what we do to K-12, only on either a 2 or a 4-year process. So is that what you guys envision might be? What other process have you thought of for an ECA? Obviously, you know, the idea that we're going to give you an automatic one somehow is not going to happen. So what's your idea for a process, Ms. Taylor?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, to provide a little bit of context, the exception request that came forward from the commission illustrating these costs isn't something that necessarily happened every year. It happened last year because we've gone through a process of developing the partnership and the level of expertise and education that we have with the legislature over the last 6-8 years, I think, and making that process more understandable and more forward-looking. The commission has, I think, done a good job working with the colleges to really fully express the pressures and the needs. It didn't always happen, and that might be due to many reasons, maybe administrations, maybe who was in what role, maybe this is how we always did it. So that's evolved. That's maybe the word I was looking for, is it's evolved. And so coming forward with that inflationary factor in the budget request isn't something that necessarily happened every year. I think that's a good time to do it. And I would love to have my friends at the commission answer that question. But it seems to me, when you're putting together what are the needs for the colleges through the Community College Commission, that's the place and time that it should take place. Should it be just an automatic? I think there should be scrutiny, like you're saying. I think that's expected. So I'd love to know what Dr. Moritz might say on that, but I think that makes sense.
Chairman Paxton. Yeah, I agree. One of the challenges that we've had, the primary challenge is that we are operating off the standard budget every time we're coming up in front of appropriations. And that standard budget, other than having changes at the recalibration period for FTE changes, full-time equivalent, there isn't any other mechanism to reflect that. And so we are putting together exception requests. And anytime an exception request comes up, it's exceptional, which makes it difficult to make that same case. So if there were some mechanism, whether it's every 2 years or every 4 years, that was built into to account for inflationary pressures, it would be extremely helpful for the colleges just to know that this will be examined and that the legislature has a mechanism for taking that into account.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So I guess my question is, obviously in K-12, we hire consultants that go through and they take a look at a variety of things, which I don't think is all necessary in this, but the one thing they do is create a set of indices, right? That we base our inflationary adjustments on, whether we choose to use them or not. So my question is, do we do some kind of third-party look at what are the inflationary pressures on various aspects of community colleges? Do we ask the community colleges to come forward with a recommendation to the Education Committee, who may provide a recommendation to the Appropriations Committee? Now's the time we have to have specifics on what you envision so we can have a motion to that effect, or at least understand what your vision might be.
Right. And Representative Summers, I think that I would be a bit hesitant to put forward something right now without consulting with the colleges, the presidents, Executive Director Caldwell, obviously. But there are mechanisms that are, or there are rather resources out there. The Western Interstate Commission, WICHE, is very well versed in policies and cost of instruction across the Western states. They might be some third party that could provide those sort of numbers. There are other numbers out there as well. And as far as having the colleges bring to you what that number might be, that would be a feasible approach as well. At this point, I think I would just be hesitant to prefer one to the other. I think that the value of a third party bringing something to you, as opposed to the colleges bringing something to you, I don't know what that would mean as far as the ultimate outcomes of those requests.
Mr. Chairman, Representative
ahead.
Summers, I was just going to add to that. I don't know if we need to have the specifics necessarily in the motion. The process for it to happen, yes. And it could be something as simple as upon consultation with Witchy or others, the commission shall bring recommendations to the Joint Education Committee to be considered every 2 years. Something like that, I think could probably work.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I too, and I share the good majority of floor leaders' somewhat confusion about next steps here. So I'm taking a look at the 21-18-203, which is the budget procedure for the community colleges to come before and its appropriations. And I'm curious about whether, it's very specific, whether you're asking that we basically get rid of what we did in HB 80 in 2016, where in the statute, it's very specific about what the budget request should include. The variable cost percentage determined, multiplied by a fraction, the numerator is this and the denominator is that. Are you asking that we honestly get rid of that? And instead, we go to a system where the commission and perhaps the community colleges board of trustees come before this committee for a recalibration. So when we think about the motion, are you asking that we honestly get rid of a good portion of this 21-18-203? Because it seems to me the answer must be yes. The answer no. Okay.
Representative Connolly and Chairman Paxton, I am hesitant again to throw out the baby with the bathwater here. HB 80 did effectively ensure that growth in enrollment or decrease in enrollment was reflected on a regular basis, so that as to protect against perhaps a uncompelling argument made in that particular legislative session that was not able to achieve more funding to serve those additional students. So it provides a bulwark against increases in enrollment not being reflected in funding. As to getting rid of it altogether, there are benefits and also, I think, perhaps some drawbacks as well. For instance, if the calculation has to be done from scratch every 2 years or every 4 years, that puts a significant strain, I think, on the various committees if you're coming up with those numbers. And I might also turn it over to Mr. Swank, who is really more in the weeds with how these numbers come up.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Connolly, my understanding was not that the this particular recalibration statute would go away. As Dr. Moritz said, it does account for enrollment impacts at the colleges. The particular challenge that we face at the colleges is to a certain extent, and this may be reflective of what Senator Scott was talking about earlier, this particular enrollment adjustment is only applied to variable costs. The commission has often talked about an external cost adjustment or an inflationary adjustment to the fixed cost side, when in fact, they're all costs and they all are impacted by inflation over time. So as Dr. Moritz said, it's difficult to say what specifics would necessarily be in play, but there may be additional discussion that's needed on how fixed and variable costs are impacted by inflation, not just by simple increases or decreases in enrollment or headcount. I'm not sure that is an effective answer to your question, but I don't know, just like Dr. Moritz said, whether you want to make a drastic change and get rid of this in favor of just an ECA or some combination of the two.
Staff, did you want to weigh in on this
Yeah.
discussion? It looks to me like, we're certainly not ready for a motion that would bring about legislation unless we did something to the effect of directing staff to work with the community college folks to come up with a draft for the next meeting. That would be a stretch, and I'm not sure that's where we are, but if you'd like to weigh in on that, that would be good.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple points. One, I think is regarding, what types of costs would be reviewed as part of this inflationary process that Representative Summers has discussed. The variable costs are adjusted during the recalibration only to redistribute the state aid on where those FTEs are enrolled amongst the colleges. The fixed cost is where Representative Summers is headed. Right now, the health insurance portion are adjusted based on the state rates. Those are included within the standard budget, so that wouldn't be part of the review process. So we're really talking about utility costs or materials costs or stuff that is really not adjusted. So I would point the committee to 2118-205 subsection E, which does provide for a exception request for special purpose funding requested by the commission. But the language is a little bit limiting in that it doesn't get baked into the standard budget. And so we could perhaps either create a new subsection or amend this subsection to include a process or include a provision that would provide for the commission to come back with an exception request that would look at inflationary pressures, but on certain categories. And so does the legislature want to review salary pressures, or do they want to continue to leave that to the Appropriations Committee and looking at on executive branch agencies in the University of Wyoming? Or does it want to take its own position on recommending salary increases? Or does it want to limit it to those fixed costs such as energy and supplies and other materials? So, that may be one area in the statute that you could amend or just create a whole new section that would have a process outlined. Right now, we're not well-versed enough to identify what those areas would be. We could certainly come up with some options for the next meeting and work with the commission, or this committee could study this further next interim to have some more discussion on what types of cost indices, or get a third party in here to work with the commission and the legislature, specifically this committee, on what areas you do want to inflate and what indices you want to look at.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One thing that I feel like I'm lacking really is an understanding, and we have the model flow diagram that was presented that I did look through, but seeing it fully implemented with kind of an appropriate consideration of statute, when you look back to, in the definitions, the standard budget base amount is fixed, and then some changes theoretically have been made to that. And I see that, but I don't fully understand then how that has evolved over time, where where health insurance comes in and retirement changes, and what has been built upon that. That's where I struggle to understand. I think there's a general feeling that we need to have a process in place for providing an external cost adjustment. I certainly support that concept. I think this is the appropriate committee to do it. But I'm really struggling still at this point to fully understand how the budget has been built to this time relative to 2016, and what does and doesn't change. So I think the suggestion that to some degree we're a bit vague is probably a fair one, where if we wanted to do a statutory change this year, then providing an opportunity for us to have some legislation to work through that says that we will look into it and we will provide recommendations. Mr. Wilmark mentioned just putting something in for an exception request. that's probably a good short-term solution. I don't know that that's the long-term solution I want. I'd like to understand it better before getting into that long-term solution.
Maybe it would be best at this point in time to ask the community college folks to come back to us at our next meeting with some recommendations and provide us with a more thorough understanding of the whole financial process, the whole process of funding. Would that be appropriate? I mean, we still have one more bill to cover, by the way, and we're about 15 minutes over time, and so we need to speed up our process here.
So, Mr. Chairman, I do think we need probably a motion to at least let the Community College Commission work with staff to create a bill that's basically a process. You know, I think we have to have some kind of motion, or you can just direct it as chairman. You can just direct the Community College Commission to work with staff to draft a bill, however you'd like.
Well, I think that'd probably be the easiest process to do, to have you work with staff, if that's okay with staff, and, okay?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, on that, is the idea to have a bill draft that would require further study next interim, to have a deeper understanding of how all of the revenue sources and allocations are made? Is it to have a short-term solution to provide a discussion between the commission and LSO, but before the next meeting, on identifying what an inflationary change would be for this next academic year? What's the goal of a bill draft? Is it to establish a process for next standard budget to provide an inflationary recommendation, or is it to dive deeper into this topic next interim with this committee and the commission?
Go ahead.
Well, what I think we should do for a bill draft is honestly I just looked in the statute where Mr. Wilmarth mentioned a budget exception request process that's already built in, and it lists, I think there were 3 provisions for what would be a justifiable budget exception request. And if we just build into that a 1-paragraph process for what is an acceptable budget exception request that includes allowance for an ECA that can be built and continued forward, it's a great, clean solution that would probably work for a while, but I don't think it's complete. So if we were looking for a bill draft for next time based on the timeline that we have, I think that does it. That meets our timeline. And then again, I'd much prefer to understand this at much more depth when we're looking for a long-term solution, but I don't feel comfortable with my knowledge on what a long-term solution would look like at this point in time. And I think we'd have to change so much that we don't have the bandwidth between now and the next legislative session to accomplish it. So I would certainly support a motion if that was the nature of the motion, or if that was the nature of the bill request. I wouldn't object.
Either way, if you would like a motion, we can do that. If otherwise, the chair can direct that. Without objection. Okay, thank you. All right, we still have one more bill on our list here. Tanya, do you want to talk to us about that? 23 LSO 74, I believe. Capital construction.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, you're correct. 23 LSO 74, Committee Formal Draft 1.0. This is the Community College Capital Construction Bill. This is the second bill, to your point, that was requested by the committee at the previous meeting. It increases the minimum estimated cost that requires the Community College Commission's approval for capital construction projects undertaken by community colleges from $100,000 to $500,000. The substance of the bill really is contained on page 2, and this is amending statute 21-18-202, which is the powers and duties of the Community College Commission. And you'll note on lines 6 and 7, it modifies the amount as stated previously for new capital construction. And then on lines 11 and 12, it modifies the amount for new construction, renovation, and capital renewal in excess of $500,000. And then on lines 16 and 17, That is the amendment reflecting the increased amount for acquisition of real property. The effective date of this bill can be found on page 2, line 20, and that is July 1st of 2023. Subject to your questions.
Okay, committee? Yep. Do we have any response from the community college folks? You want to weigh in on this?
Upon recommendation from the commission, who has had discussion about this as well, we're in favor of this. We think that it addresses the issue at play, which is predominantly the increased cost of construction and the difficulty of really doing anything for around $100,000. So we think that this addresses the issues, and we are in support.
Okay. Public comment? Anyone want to weigh in on? Okay, seeing none. Online, do we have anyone online?
No, Mr. Chairman, there isn't any online public comment.
Okay. What's your pleasure, committee?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion by the committee?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. The only question I have is major maintenance. So how is major maintenance handled? So if you're going to increase from 100,000 at the discretion of a college to 500,000, who's on the hook for the major maintenance of that facility?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, this is what is cased in this bill is the threshold at which the Community College Commission must approve a project so that it does qualify for major maintenance under the state's major maintenance formula. So it's more or less making sure that the check by the commission is at a higher level than it currently is, so that projects that truly need their view and their approval get to the commission, whereas some of the smaller non-major maintenance type projects can proceed on a college.
So, Mr. Chairman, thank you. So I don't know if I heard that correctly. So if they're within this 500,000 threshold, who pays the major maintenance? Who will pay the major maintenance up to the 500,000?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, the major maintenance will be covered by the state major maintenance formula.
Okay. Yes. Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I didn't think this bill dealt with major maintenance. I thought this was only new construction, and I thought major maintenance was entirely independent from it. The way I read this goes D, commission provisions. Romanet 5 is approve all new capital construction projects in excess of 500,000. And then we have, and it's for which state funds are or could be eventually applied. New capital construction projects include, and then this is a definition of what is inclusive of new capital construction projects. So I didn't think this had any relevance to major maintenance.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Rothfuss, on page 2 of the bill, line 7, says for which state funds are or could eventually be applied. The reason for this bill is that the commission is required to approve projects that will eventually address square footage that is applied to the major maintenance calculation. So that line there is the reason why the commission is requested or required by statute to review capital construction projects. It impacts the major maintenance, for which usually state funds.
Mr. Chairman, follow up. Okay, so this is for new projects that would lead to major maintenance. I was under the impression that Representative Summers was asking about major maintenance projects that were up to 500,000. I might have misunderstood Representative Summers.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I was asking if major maintenance would be applied up to a $500,000 project. So basically, there could be more construction and it can be put on the major maintenance bill of the state without legislative oversight. Is that correct? That's what I'm getting at.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, Senator Rothfuss, the reason for this bill is that in order for community colleges projects, capital construction projects, to receive state funding, major maintenance funding primarily, they need to be reviewed by the commission at this level or at the legislative level for $1.5 million or more. The commission has requested that we raise this limit so that colleges don't have to come to the commission for every single project, because almost every project that is not already a major maintenance project is above $100,000. It will lessen the amount of time, lag time between when a project is necessary at a college and the time for the commission to meet to consider.
Okay,
I got it too, thank you.
Thank you.
right. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess when I read through this, to me, as a businessman and a person that has to approve purchases, it would concern me if somebody said, I'd like to get a 500% increase in what I can do without your okay. And so to me, I guess when I look at this, based on current costs and what we're dealing with, and I stopped in Afton the other day when we were select water committee, and you guys didn't know this, but I snuck off on you. And I went and looked at a school project that's going on right there, and their major issue that they're dealing with is the lack of concrete. And that has been a major issue, that there's allocations on concrete right now on the cement, and it's held up that project, and there's costs. But, which I personally think is a bunch of manure, but anyhow, we won't go into all of that. But from the Portland Cement Companies, not the school district or anything like that, I understand their issue because I'm dealing with it myself. But I do have some real concerns with just increasing by, 500%, the amount that should be able to be done without anybody having to come in and say, hey, is this really necessary? I mean, I would feel better if it was $250,000, $250,000 for somebody to be able to arbitrarily go and spend with approval. And it says here that they shall basically approve all, anything over $250,000. And maybe you're calling, phoning a friend, I guess maybe help me feel a little bit better about that much of an increase here based on what I'm seeing for cost increases.
If I'm reading this correctly, it actually just skips over one step. It doesn't absolve you from all the scrutiny. You still have to go through the process, right? I mean, it's going to have plenty of eyes on it before it actually gets to the point where you're actually doing construction. Is that correct?
That is correct. It would still go through the internal college's oversight as well. And what we're passing on is the recommendation of the commission themselves. And I think if I could phone a friend, as you mentioned, President Devine can probably give you some more specific examples of why and how and what kind of oversight would exist in this if this bill were to be passed.
Yes, thank you. Chairman Paxton, Representative Neiman, I understand completely where you're coming from. Point of fact, when this first started talking about, it was about 250,000 was going to be the recommendation. And talking with lots of different individuals, it was ultimately decided that probably 500,000 is a more realistic level at this point. But to your specific question, which I think is right on the money, and I completely understand your thoughts. First of all, I think I would say that remember that each individual college is governed by an independently elected board. So, I can't do anything, especially financially, carte blanche as a president of the college. I answer to a board of 7 independently elected trustees. So the idea that, not that you're suggesting that, but just in general, the idea that there's no oversight would not be the case. In fact, this bill simply takes out that one step from 100,000 to 500,000 for the commission. All the processes that have to be approved before and after the commission are still in place. So I do understand that. Casper College at the moment is in the middle of building a building. It's about a $15 million a building, which hopefully sometime this century will be finished. That's, as you point out, that's a whole nother story we could talk about, and the state of construction and costs and general workmanship. That's a whole nother story. But I can assure you, one of the big issues is commission meets 4 times a year, theoretically. sorry, I couldn't resist. Just like the legislative session, you never have special meetings, you never have special, committee meetings that you have to attend, but there are generally 4 regular meetings, and in some cases, having to wait that 3 months, and then get in the queue, get the official process, get everything done. $100,000 at this point does seem unduly burdensome. I would say that, speaking for my colleagues, that if you are amenable to any increase, that would be wonderful. If you're amenable to an increase from 1 to 5, that would be fantastic. If that is a bridge too far, we are certainly not going to stamp our feet and say that, doggone it, you should have given us more than that. So we're just trying to move that impediment and to the comfort of the committee, to the level of the comfort of the committee.
Yes, go ahead.
Thanks. I just wanted to follow up on Representative Nyman's question. And one thing that would be, I think, useful is the frequency of requests at various funding levels. And so we understand what looks like routine and what doesn't look like routine. 250, I certainly understand that it just looks like, from a legislative standpoint, when you're changing a number, changing it 5-fold is not something we really do very often. I can't imagine that there won't be other conversations about it. I understand the impetus for it. I wouldn't want to threaten the legislation because of concerns of a large change. So honestly, maybe it's prudent for us to start with 250, pass this legislation out, and then get more feedback and learn. I'm not averse to changing to 500 if every third request is for 275K, but there's only 1 or 2 that get to that 500K threshold. And maybe that's the most prudent way for us to move forward, is to kind of honor that concern.
Senator
that
Ellis, let me
Representative
remind
Nyman has.
everyone that we're just over half an hour overtime right now, but so let's wrap this up as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the benefit of sitting here, is you get to peek over and ask LSO questions. So this is a question for LSO. When was the last time this amount was set in our statute?
Mr. Chairman, it was modified in 2008, Chapter 25, from 50,000 to 100,000, which is existing statute.
Okay. Follow up? No. Anyone else?
Was there a motion for an amendment?
Was that a motion?
Mine wasn't, but I'm happy.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. I would make a motion to amend the dollar figure from $500,000 to $250,000.
And Mr. Chairman, I'd find that a friendly amendment, if the second agrees.
So
Yep.
agreed.
You weren't the
Okay.
second.
No, that's right.
So I guess we have a friendly amendment. Sensing you're ready to vote, further discussion? All in favor? Remember, okay, Tanya?
Mr. Chairman, I think this requires a roll call vote.
What's that?
I think this requires a roll call vote if
Roll
it's
call
for
vote?
sponsorship.
Okay.
Mr.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
where are we at?
Well, we're on the bill. We've had a friendly amendment to move that from $500,000 down to $250,000
Which bill?
on this bill right here. This is 2374 on the capital construction bill. Okay, are we straight on it?
Point of order,
All
Mr.
right.
Chairman. I'm sorry, I'm confused. Are we voting on the amendment or are we voting on the bill?
Well, I think we considered that a friendly amendment, and so we didn't vote on the amendment. We could, if your preference is that we vote on the amendment, we can do that.
I think we usually vote, Mr. Chairman, on amendments, and then vote on the bill.
All right, let's do that. Let's do it appropriately. Let's start by voting on the amendment to reduce the amount from $500,000 to $250,000. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no? No. All right, the amendment's carried. Back on the bill. Question been called. Roll call, please.
Thank you. On 23 LSO 0074 as amended, Senator Beitman. Senator Ellis. Senator Rothfuss. Senator Salazar. Representative Andrew. Representative Brown. Representative Connolly. Representative Harshman is excused, I believe. Representative Nyman. Representative Newsom. Representative Obermuller. Representative Summers.
Aye.
Co-Chairman Scott.
Aye.
Chairman Paxton.
Aye.
13 aye, 1 excuse.
Okay, motion's carried. I think we have one more motion before we can take a break.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman, it might be a long discussion, but Mr. Chairman, as we look at how to fund community colleges and things we've put in place, the last session, we passed the Wyoming's Tomorrow, but we didn't really sufficiently fund it. And so, Mr. Chairman, what I'm going to make in the form of a motion is that we draft a bill to add $20 million general fund into the Wyoming Tomorrow's account, and it would require a 1-to-1 match, and that match would have to be done by a combination of industry and nonprofits. So it would be 20 million subject to a 1-to-1 match. And that's my motion to draft a bill.
Okay, is there a second?
Then just a little more discussion from me.
Okay, we got a second?
And Mr. Chairman, you know, I think as we go into this session, we're going to have some money. And I think putting it into this account that where the interest can be earned off of it, I think is the interest earned off of it can be used to fund these scholarships. I think is a great thing. And I think there are some entities out there that would like to put money forward. And I think this would help the state incentivize those entities to help fund this. So, thank you.
Tanya, were you able to get that bill? Okay, all right. Co-Chairman Scott.
Mr. Chairman, on and for the motion, it does seem to me that it makes a lot of sense. We need to get this up to the minimum where we can get the program started. I think it'll do an immense amount of good. I think having a matching component will help the fundraising. I think we'll have to consider, should be a 1-to-1 match, or should we match 3/4 for every 1 quarter that we get raised? And I do think we'll have to broaden it to include the ability for individuals to make contributions. I don't know whether that'll be major or not, but I think there'll be some individuals that do. And I would think that would be helpful. So, Mr. Chairman, I think we ought to pass this motion, and then we can fine tune it next time.
Okay. Senator Office.
It was my assumption really that it was kind of any contribution was going to be acceptable. Basically, any private sector, nonprofit, non-governmental contribution was what I believe that was how I interpreted the motion. Thank you.
Okay. Further discussion from the committee? All right, public comment. Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, again, Erin Taylor with the Wyoming Association of Community College Trustees. This remains a priority for the community colleges, of course. I want to remind folks that I believe it was during the legislative session when we were talking about the Wyoming's Tomorrow Scholarship, we presented some really fantastic data. I think it was Dr. Caldwell that presented this data from the L. Bogan Foundation on really what their pilot program that they've done, giving some dollars to the community colleges to fund these exact types of scholarships. And the data is compelling. It's powerful, it's strong, it's making a difference. They've expanded that for another year on that pilot basis. And I believe we reported earlier that they're considering something that could go forward with the Wyoming's Tomorrow Scholarship. We've had some corporate interests as well. What could this look like? I know folks are looking into the legalities of what does it look like for tax purposes, for corporations to give. I was contacted, and I know others were right after the bill passed. So there's interest. I think there's more work to do around what it could look like. But with the data is there that this makes a difference. So how we can get there, we're in full support of.
Mr. Chairman. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Taylor, in your discussions with corporations that were interested in investing in the Tomorrow Scholarship, was there any discussion about the reservation on their part to not invest without the the matching funds from the state, or what was the discussion? Were they willing to invest on their own without any other incentives, or I'd be curious to know what their thoughts were on that.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Nyman, I am not with my hat on today speaking for business, and I can tell you that they've asked the question to the treasurer's office and others, and some people can view it as giving tax advice, and so they're kind of having to seek that out on their own. And so I just wanted to explain that. So they're doing some of that analysis. Industry gives a lot to these programs, and you heard earlier from the investment from Dr. Devine. They give a lot in terms of trying to support the programs, supporting the money to stand up the equipment, things like that. Oftentimes, industry will pay the tuition for their students to attend. So I wouldn't say they're adverse to it, but they're looking at what all of their options are, knowing that they're contributing a lot already. Did I answer that for you? Okay, thank
Senator
you.
Salazar, did you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm inclined to vote for this today, but I have thought about this, and I believe that there does need to be a discussion about in-kind corporate giving as well. So I think that's a discussion that we should continue to have. And if this were to make it to the floor of the Senate, I know that that would be part of the equation, I think, of discussing whether this finally passes or not. Thanks.
Okay, further questions, discussion?
Chairman.
Go ahead.
Be a request for the interested parties and for the LSO to pass a bill like this. We're going to need to know what the tax consequences are for the corporations and other people if they make a contribution to something like this. So ask LSO to inquire to the extent they can, ask the proponents to inquire to the extent you can, and so that when we vote on this and final, and when we take it to full legislature, we know.
Okay. Further comments, questions? Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I would just caution, I mean, we just spent a good part of the morning talking about inflation. What causes inflation? Well, a good amount of inflation is caused by government spending and pumping money into the economy, and you have too many dollars chasing too few goods. And here we are going to pump more money into this economy, and when talking about community colleges, without even talking about a cap on tuition for, say, 10 years. So we're going to pass this. Obviously, we probably have the votes to do it, but I'm cautioning you that they're just going to turn around and raise tuition, and we're going to be chasing our tails for the next 10, 20 years on the affordability of community colleges. So I'm a no on this, and I would just urge caution on pumping more money into the already hotly inflated economy. Thank you.
Okay, further questions? Anyone online? All right, sensing you're ready to vote, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay? No. Motion's carried. Let's take about a 5-minute break, or maybe we'll take a 7-minute break. So we'll be back at 11:05. I would call the meeting back to order, but we don't have a quorum. I guess that 7 minutes weren't long enough. We're back in session, but we don't have a quorum, ladies. We are back in session. As soon as we have a quorum. If you see him. Lacking a quorum of the senators. Yeah, let's go ahead and start. It's we're at our 11:30. We're not voting. We're at our 11:30 item, and it's only 10:30 item. It's only 11:10. So I think we're gonna proceed.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, in your meeting packet, there's a memo from me, and the subject is statutes governing suspension and expulsion in K-12 public schools. It was drafted in response to direction by the chairman. It informs the committee's priority number 5, K-12 education governance. And within the memo, it explains that all children ages 6 through 21 have a fundamental right to a public education. This right is not absolute. The Supreme Court has stated that ensuring the safety and welfare of students is a compelling state interest. And to that note, the statute's direct suspension and expulsion, and the court has recognized that that is an appropriate action of school districts. Districts are not required to provide educational services to expelled students, but there was also a provision in the statute that states they're not prohibited from doing so either. I would note, as pointed out in the memo, that there are exceptions to this. If the student is receiving an education under an individualized education plan, under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, or under Section 504 of the Federal Rehabilitation Act of 1973, there are educational requirements for those students, and this memo doesn't outline those. This is just a general premise for purposes of K-12 public education. The statutes, Wyoming statutes 21-4, 305 through 308 govern the discipline of students, and this includes the suspension and expulsions. Local school districts are given the authority for this particular action. It requires notice to the student of the allegations and the evidence supporting the suspension, and the student must be given an opportunity to be heard. And what's important about this piece is if the suspension is less than 10 days, that opportunity to be heard is essentially a meeting where the student is able to meet with the administrator recommending the suspension of less than 10 days, then be provided the evidence that is against the student and provide a response. And that must take place prior to the removal unless the student endangers other people, property, or threatens the academic process. If that occurs, then the removal with an opportunity to be heard within 72 hours is provided by statute. In the instance of a suspension more than 10 days, or in the event it's an expulsion, the student is entitled to hearing under the Wyoming Administrative Procedures Act within 10 days of the recommendation for suspension or expulsion. The final decision by the administrative body, whether that's a school district or the school administrator, is subject to review in district court. That would take place in the resident district of the school. The grounds for suspension are listed on page 2 of the memo, and those include willful disobedience or open defiance of authority of school personnel, willful destruction or defacing of school property during the school year or any recess or vacation, any behavior which in the judgment of local boards is clearly detrimental to the education, welfare, safety, or morals of other pupils, including the use of foul or profane or abusive language or habitually disruptive behavior. And habitually disruptive is also defined by statute. That means overt behavior willfully initiated by a student causing disruption in the classroom, on grounds, on school vehicles, or at school activities or events, which requires the attention of a teacher or other school personnel. Additionally, torturing, tormenting, or abusing a pupil in any way, maltreating a pupil or a teacher with physical violence. And then the possession, use, transfer, carrying, or selling of a deadly weapon as defined by statute. The statutes also prohibit imposition of suspension or expulsion for offenses punishable by law. That said, in the event that the offense was committed at a school function against school property, or the student's presence in school would be clearly detrimental to the education, welfare, safety, or morals of other pupils, that student could be subject to the suspension and expulsion statutes. Subject to your questions.
Okay, questions for Tanya?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
When you went over the habitually disruptive behavior that is in statute, was there any definition of habitual? Mr. Chairman, it's my understanding it's no, but I was just curious if you've seen any.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Connolly, I have not seen a definition of habitual by itself, but habitually disruptive behavior, that entire term, those three words, is defined by statute. And that was the definition that I read.
Go ahead.
All right, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Hytrek, for doing this research. I know you and I have talked over the summer, and it should be known Tanya has done hundreds of hours of work in helping us be prepared for today. So I just want to acknowledge that and say thank you for your hard work. I know that that's a heavy lift. My question is, did you, when you were doing your research on the statutes, look for any case law that kind of puts a fine point of when a student has challenged maybe lack of process or something along those lines related to expulsion or anything like that?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ellis, there are a couple of cases on this. One of them is cited here. It's the RM versus Washakie County School District #1. And that case is the case where the Supreme Court stated, while students have a compelling right, or excuse me, a fundamental right to education, there's a compelling state interest to regulate student behavior. And there are a couple of other cases. I'm happy to get you those as well. I just can't recall them off the top of my head.
Okay, follow up, you okay? Anyone else? Yes, go ahead, Mr. Co-Chair.
Yeah, one of the things I've been concerned of in this area is sometimes when you have chronic problems with disruptiveness or bullying or something like that, the school district takes effective action to deal with it, but they've been afraid to let the public know. And so you get a public perception that nothing is being done, when in fact there is considerable. And some of that is just fear of prejudicing their cases as the legal process grinds forward slowly as it does. What kind of, how do we deal with that dilemma? Because I think it's important, particularly for the local superintendent and for the local elected school boards, to reassure their constituents that these problems really are being taken care of, and they can't do that unless they talk some about what's actually happening when there is a violation here.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I have not researched that issue specifically. And to your question, you're asking about public knowledge of the discipline of a student. I do think that there are federal privacy implications with that. There's a Federal Privacy Rights and Education Act that protects the identity of students, but I didn't look at the Public Records Act for purposes of student disciplinary proceedings. I looked at it for a different context, and Senator Ellis will discuss that later in the meeting.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to put this on the agenda for future as we look at legislation in this area, that one of the things we have to be sensitive to is there is an obligation to let the public know that steps are taken to making sure that their schools are working in this area and that a few unruly students aren't depriving everybody else of their education. And I think a fair amount of the trouble we're having with the public on this score is that the school districts have felt themselves unable because of federal restrictions, state restrictions, and the other restrictions, unable to tell what's actually happening and what is being done. And I think we need to investigate that and see what we can do to help strike a reasonable balance in all this effort.
Okay, further questions for Tanya?
Mr. Chairman, the school districts might be able to answer that question. They deal with it daily. I'm sure they're well versed in what they're able to publish and what they're not.
Anyone else? Any other questions for Tanya? Okay, WDE, I think we're ready for you. Welcome.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Wanda Maloney. I'm the Chief Policy Officer. I'm here with Shelley Hamill. Shelley is the Chief Academic Officer. And we bring forward to you information about the K through 12 suspension and expulsion information this morning. The Wyoming Department of Education collects information around expulsion and suspension through an aggregate or a district level, and that's collected through the WDE 636. And that report is collected at the end of the school year, and it's information about students and incidents related to any violence or crime that would have occurred during that school year. The data also satisfies the federal requirements for reporting and also aligns with the Safe and Gun-Free Schools Act. This information, then, the expulsion, as a reminder, is collected for all K through 12 students, and the suspension data aligns to our Individuals with Disabilities in Education Act. One other point of information that I would share with you was back in 2014, the Data Privacy and Security Committee met and encouraged the department not to collect information at an individual level. And so at that time, the department did change our reporting and our collection, and it also lessened the burden of requirements and collections on the districts. So you'll see two graphs. The first graph that you have is from the Wyoming Department of Education 636, and it is the number of expulsions, and it's around the state. And it's really collected in two buckets. And the first would be those that are not IDEA, and the second would be those that are IDEA. And then within that, you can see that services were provided, and we have counts, and then services that are not provided. What you don't have information, but I do have information at a district level, so if you would want that, I do have that with me today. And if you were to look at the total number of students in 2021, we had about 91,938 students, and that would be statewide. If you looked at then the number of expulsions that are not IDEA, it would equate to 0.1%. If we looked then at the expulsions that were just the total IDEA numbers, on that basis, that would equate to about 0.02% in the area of expulsions. I'll stop there if there are additional questions that you might have about expulsion.
Questions from the committee? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I guess it goes back to the question that the good representative to my left asked, is what is these criteria are based on what decisions the local boards make as to how far they'll go or how much they're willing to put up with, I guess, or teachers are willing to be able to deal with in the classroom. So, I mean, if you're expulsed at this point, it's because maybe you've gone way too far, but I'm leading into the question of the discussions I've had with people that are in the classroom that are teaching, this is an issue that they struggle with. And that too many times, many of them have relayed to me is that we just try so hard to keep them engaged in the classroom. They said it causes such disruption and such a difficult learning environment that they wish there was maybe a little lower bar. And so my question then would be, what are the requirements? And are there any requirements through federal funding or anything like that that are, I don't know. I mean, are they being levied on the districts because of our taking of federal funding? If not, that's fine. But when you made the statement that in 2014 you were asked no longer to keep data in some of these issues and some of these situations, that leads me to wonder why. What was maybe being misused? Just some better context and some background on that so I understand why that information is not being kept. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Nyman, thank you for that question. And again, I think that could best be answered. Each of the local boards do have their policies, and those policies may or may not be somewhat different. Of course, they follow the state statute in alignment with setting those policies.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Co-Chair.
Yes. Question, if you get a student with just repeated expulsions and no curing of the behavior, is there a route where ultimately we can wind up sending them to either the boys' school in Worland or the girls' school in Sheridan?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Senator Scott, I think that typically placement at either of those schools is through a court order placement. And so that student would then need to have been involved with the juvenile court system for that to occur.
Well, we do have the BOCES option for those that haven't gone through the judicial system, right? The residential treatment areas, yeah. Okay, follow up?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would observe that the criteria for sending somebody to one of those two schools is something that this body could change if we chose to. And I don't know whether it's a good idea in this area, but I think maybe for real repeat offenders that we don't want to lose them, but taking that additional step may be appropriate. I don't know. Well, we ought to think about it. I just raise that as a possibility that maybe we ought to have that only in the statute.
Well, I think that's where the residential treatment areas come in and facilities come in, and I know as a former principal, we certainly utilized that tool that we had in our toolbox, and it's a good, if the student needs to be removed from the classroom to protect himself or other students, those residential treatment facilities are well equipped to deal with all the issues that student might have and still continue their education. So that, they're a godsend for a lot of us. Okay, further question? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to follow up on Representative Nyman's question. It didn't get answered, and I'm curious as to whether or not there are strings attached with federal funds with regard to student expulsion and suspension policies. I'll ask you point blank, yes or no, is there strings attached with federal funds regarding this issue?
Mr. Chairman and Senator Beitman, thanks for circling back to that. There are not strings attached to that. We do have some reporting responsibilities, which is a good portion of why we collect the data that we do have, but there are no strings attached.
Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to kind of keep on going on that line right there, that is it true that the reporting requirements are for kids that are under the IDEA overwhelmingly? And if you could kind of flesh out a little bit maybe between expulsions and suspensions, because it's my understanding that the data that there's limited data for kids who are expelled or suspended who aren't under the IDEA.
So just to clarify that, Mr. Chairman and Representative Conley, so the expulsion data is all K through 12 individuals, and then the suspension data is really just the IDEA students. And so in looking at IDEA, you'll notice the other chart that we've collected, and it's bucketed into out of school and in school, 10 days or less. And one of the things that the department works hard to do is to work with making sure that the numbers are accurate, that are reported with districts. There's a variety of trainings that occur. And then we also do have additional information in terms of the subgroup information around suspensions. And so that is also collected. And the special education group does work hard to look at that and use the state bar method. So in terms of looking at that percentage, if you look at the overall percentage of the state, they do compare that with anything that would be flagged at district level. So anything that's above 5% of the state then is further examined and additional support is provided, one-to-one coaching in terms of supporting any of those subgroups that would be overrepresented.
Follow up?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just a different question. With looking at your expulsion data, and there are columns with services provided and services not provided, could you talk a little bit about what are services, and then in particular, that very last column, when you have a kid that's on an IDEA who has been expelled without services.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Connolly, I'm happy to answer those questions. So services would be typically, since we're talking about special education students, it would be the services that are identified on their IEP, so their individualized education program. So there would be some access potentially to the general education curriculum, and then those supports are identified in the IEP. I think your second question was about students that were identified as IDA students, but not receiving services. Anytime that we see those types of numbers pop, we do investigate that because, as most of you probably know, that is in direct violation with the IDA. So we did go looking to find out, for your information, the last 4 that were identified on that chart, and it typically, we found that districts are confined to report either yes, they received services, or no, they did not, but there's not an option to be able to report we offered services or there was a different route. And what we found was that that was exactly the case for these 4. One student was already able to be a completer at his or her high school, and so moved on to the community college. 2 students had parents who refused services and did follow the appropriate prior written notice assigning their student out of services. And then the 4th student that was identified there in that number, there was no contact with the family despite the school district's multiple efforts to provide those services.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'll try and be brief, but I want to kind of put some color on this and explain a little bit of where my question's going. Years ago, I served on this national commission, and we looked at crime in Indian country. And one of the things that we looked at was how many times you had a sexual assault of generally a Native woman that federal prosecutors declined to prosecute. They call them declinations. And for years, we hadn't tracked that data. And once the Department of Justice started doing it by U.S. Attorney Office, we started seeing some pretty remarkable statistics indicating that the feds just were declining to prosecute those cases. And so one of the things that we did at a federal level was we changed the law and said we have to report on the declinations. Looking at the packet of materials, if people want to look at their supplement, I collected a number of news articles that have just been bothering me. Some of these I'm more familiar with than others, but one of the articles talks about parents and students in one of our school districts who were involved in a blackmail case. And specifically, it was a number of young girls who were victims involving a high school student. This high school student was superimposing their images onto nude images and threatening the girls, if you don't show me the real thing, I'm going to make this stuff go viral. So some of the victims had come forward, law enforcement was brought in, but as a result, that individual, the student who was doing these bad acts, is still in school. So if you read the article, the victims are the ones that are going to online schools. And they've complained about the absolute inaction taken by their districts. And there were 30 girls, according to a news article. So to Senator Scott's point of, our hands are tied of what we talk about, like it all happens with media, right? Like versus the district controlling the narrative or victims or the perpetrator. But I guess what I'm trying to get after is, are you aware of any other states that capture how many times this stuff is happening, how many times you have victims coming forward saying, we want suspension or expulsion or some kind of action, that nothing's like nothing happens. So we're, in a sense, capturing those declinations for the district to take action to protect victims. And I would also add, there's another article in here about a young woman at yet another school district who complained and told her school district officials that she was raped on school grounds, and eventually settled with that district for about $300,000. And then that young woman also left the state to finish her education. So that's what I'm trying to get at, is how do we get our arms around understanding what's happening in our state and how many times districts are declining to take action to protect victims, and instead the focus is on protecting the perpetrator.
Go ahead, who wants to answer that?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ellis, I am not aware that we do have that information at this time, nor do we collect that information.
Is there any recourse for a parent who has a student who's been bullied or whatever, and the school district hasn't done anything about it? Is there any recourse for that parent to do more from a state's perspective?
Mr. Chairman, from the state's perspective, if they were potentially a student with the protections of IDEA, they would have some possible routes to file a complaint through that process. But otherwise, I think that their opportunities would be limited as far as the Department of Education is involved, and might be more appropriately addressed in the court system.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, as a follow-up to that, in looking at the report that you provided, I'm just trying to think through the mechanics of how this could work. When we require the districts to submit information about expulsions and suspensions, or the IDEA, is there a way for the department to include in that a request to say how many times have parents, or has the district considered a suspension or expulsion, but failed to not issue it, or something like that? I'm not wording it correctly, but in the mechanics of this reporting, how is that something that you're capable of doing?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ellis, I think that we would be able to adjust our data collection to include that. I think that right now it's aligned, we shifted gears a few years back to be able to lift that data burden, because we did hear that loudly from school districts and from this committee. So we're collecting, we think, what we've been asked to collect. So if there's a desire and a need for that, I'm sure that shift would be, we could make that available.
Mr. Chair, one last follow-up.
Go ahead.
Would that require, is it something the department can do on its own, or is that something that would require legislation for us to direct you to do that?
Mr. Chairman and Senator Ellis, that's something that the WDE could likely do on its own by just making an amendment to that data collection. I do think that we would want to be cautious in how we worded that, because I know that there are districts across the state, and you'll probably hear testimony about that today, that would prefer to avoid a suspension or an expulsion, recognizing that if a student is expulsed or has repeated suspensions, that it puts them at much higher risk for continuing their education and graduation. So have a variety of different avenues to continue to provide that education short of suspending or expelling.
Mr. Chairman, I'm so sorry, but yet another follow-up. So say in this instance where you had, 30 female victims in a school and one person who was, doing this blackmailing. If the district had approached this student and under the criteria that was outlined in our last memo and said, this is creating a really disruptive learning environment for 30 victims, we want you to go online or do something of that sort. Does that count as an expulsion or a suspension, or does that need to happen to encourage that student to go that route? Or how would you capture, I'm just trying to think, because I think there's the reporting requirement that we all get wound up with, and I understand why we do that, but there's also just the reality of, I just talked to one of the parents of one of these girls yesterday, and this student's still there. There's also word of mouth. We all live in small communities, and I think we kind of all hear what's happening. So I'm just wondering if that student were to transfer by the district's insistence to some other school or doing online or something like that, how that might be counted or addressed in your data collection.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ellis, I don't believe that that would be captured in any way, and I'm unsure that the district would have the ability to require an alternate educational path. That would certainly, I think, need some type of exploration of the statutes that are in place. I don't know that a district can require that a student change their educational placement, but I think the expulsion and suspension are their avenues, as I understand it.
Thank you.
Representative Conley first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'll get to a question, but I'd like to give some context as well to this topic, which I was asked to bring as a possible interim topic for us, and we decided to take it. And over this interim, delving into it and talking to many of the people that are here today, it's very complicated. And it's not a quick statutory change. You know, to start with, it's the understanding that keeping kids in school is a better outcome all the way around. Right, that kids will do better if they stay in school, that expulsion in particular, but suspensions as well, lead to kind of less student outcomes and to, you know, things like imprisonment, things to like low earnings down the road. That being said, we all don't want disruptive kids in the classroom. We all don't want dangerous kids in the classroom. There's no two ways about it. I don't think there's anyone in this room that would say, oh yeah, that's just fine, right? No, we don't want it. So what do we do about it? So we find out, for example, that the WDE doesn't collect data. And honestly, I'm going to be responsible in part for that, right? Years ago, we decided that we want districts to be spending more time in the classroom, more times with kids, and less time on reporting, right? We reduced as many as possible reports. So you get asked the question, what do we know about what's happening with discipline, with suspensions, with expulsions? The answer is we don't really know, other than that tiny percent that are expelled and those kids who are on IEPs. We honestly don't know. And we have no obligation in our statutes for any consistency or that reporting. So we really can't say what's going on. And then we get this incredible frustration, right, by parents, by kids about what's going on in their districts, and we don't know what's going on from one to the other. So this topic, to me, is honestly the beginning of that conversation. I think there are some things that we can do today. I do. I think there's some kind of statutory changes. I think that there's some additional reporting that can go on, but also know that this is a national movement to understand really about what we can be doing better, right, in our schools, in our districts, in our states, in order to address this issue. Because it's not going away and it has detrimental impacts all the way around. So that's why I asked that we consider this. So the WDE is doing exactly what we tell them to do, but honestly, it's not much. It's not much. They do their obligations under the IDEA in terms of training, but that's about it. And we don't have good data. And so that's why I asked for us to put it on here. I think there are a couple of things that we can do today, but I'd like for this topic to be able to stay on the committee's agenda for the next interim as well.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Yes. Let me say that we're sort of looking at two very different things here. One, the much more common, just plain disruptive students and how to best deal with them. And let the public know that we are dealing with them. And that's, we've got various approaches. And I thought Mr. Co-Chairman had some good knowledge in terms of using those residential placement facilities that we do have available. That's appropriate in dealing with that. But we're also hearing about some assaults and whatnot that are really fairly serious criminal offenses. And I don't think we're so much interested in the data collection on that as we get something done about the specific cases. And we have one other area where we have this possibility, and that's in the child abuse. And we've got mandatory reporting to the proper authorities. Should we consider instituting by statute where we have one of these other kinds of crimes, which is an assault and whatnot, a mandatory reporting to the Attorney General's office and the local prosecuting attorney and collect the data at that point to see if they're doing anything about it. And I'm wondering, because it sounds to me like we are having some cases that the offense is a really serious criminal offense. And my question is, am I missing something here? Or is this not a problem? It sounds to me like maybe it was.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I think what I've been reading and gleaning is that you'll have an allegation of something that happens, law enforcement's notified, and then that takes on its own due process. But in the meantime, districts are saying, well, it's already been referred, we don't need to do anything. And sometimes those cases take a while to be heard. And in that meantime, how is that student being handled in the school district? Down to, I think there's another article in here that talks about privileges of playing sports. And I mean, just the perception that that nothing's being done to protect victims, I think is a very strong one and a real one.
Looking at the statistics, the expulsion rate is relatively low given the number of students we have. And suspension rates, of course, I think most schools try to deal with the situation before it becomes to the point of an expulsion, and that's the suspension thing. So is a good way to get to that, to try to deal with that and change that behavior before it gets to the expulsion level. And so I'm not too sure that maybe we shouldn't spend a little more time looking at what the alternatives are to suspension, or if there are alternatives. And are you aware of any alternatives that school districts use in lieu of suspension that might be an effective way to keep these kids in class and keep them learning, but at the same time provide some consequences to change that behavior?
Mr. Chairman, to address your question, recognizing that the data that we have around suspension is only for special education students. So the process, when a student that has those protections under IDEA chooses a behavior that is on the behavior matrix and it earns a discipline of some sort, they would always start that process with a manifestation determination meeting to determine, is this behavior connected to your disability? And if so, what consequence or intervention is appropriate based on that? Typically, IEP teams would be doing their best to be proactive in that if a student's behavior is escalating or consistently having the same challenge, they're looking for other types of reasons why. They're probably conducting some additional evaluation. The IEP team is trying to determine what's really triggering this. What do we need to provide? Is it additional counseling? Is the classroom too loud? Do you do a different setting? So they're looking at just a broad range of interventions to be able to meet that student where they are and support their behavior and scaffold their learning to the degree that they can. So I think you're right that a suspension is often the last resort, or of course expulsion, but I think that we do have districts that are probably prepared to testify or to share information today about what some of the things that the alternatives that they use are.
Maybe that's where we ought to move. If there aren't any more questions from the committee, go ahead.
One more, Mr. Chairman, thank you. So along the lines of data collection, does the department collect information about Title IX complaints? And again, I'm looking at the requirements online, and school districts are required to have, a Title IX coordinator. Every school must have and make known procedures for students to file complaints on sexual discrimination. And so I am kind of curious how that's working on the ground, or how we're capturing that as a state. And I agree with Representative Connolly. I was part of that group that said we want teachers teaching, school districts focus on education. But in doing that, I'm trying to make sure we're not overlooking areas of data collection that are really important when it comes to keeping our kids safe. So I'm just kind of curious if you could explain a little bit about what kind of reporting requirements we have for Title IX complaints, and, do we audit districts to make sure that, when a parent has a complaint, that they're being notified of their rights, of how to file a complaint?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ellis, there are no reporting requirements around Title IX, sorry.
Chairman Paxton, just one more piece of information to follow up with Senator Ellis's comment. Districts do report additional discipline data through the Office of Civil Rights, but that does not go through us. But there are additional things that they are continuing to report directly to the office.
Follow up?
Mr. Chairman, is that data publicly available? Is that something I can find on a website somewhere, do you know?
We do provide, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, Senator Ellis, we do have a link to the CRDC website. And so that is in the memo. You would be able to find that information.
Okay, looking at the time and knowing we probably have some school districts out here that would like to weigh in, I would like to invite you to come forward. Anyone who would like to testify?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
You do have a presentation from Laramie County School District Number 1. They were asked to provide.
We do have?
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, they were part of your supplemental handouts. I think Mr. Fraley from Laramie 1, Mr. Farmer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they have a
That's right.
presentation.
Okay, I see it now. All right. Mr. Farmer. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brian Farmer, Wyoming School Boards Association. Just want to provide some general information to the committee, and then we have a number of school districts that really want to tell you what it looks like on the ground. Now, when we talk about student discipline, certainly I think the desire is in general to keep students in school. For the most part, we're looking at what is the least restrictive discipline that's appropriate to the student's behavior. And that's what the school district's going to look to. So there's a whole bunch of discipline that can happen outside of out-of-school suspension or expulsion. There are certainly districts that do in-school suspension. There are certainly districts that have other behavioral interventions, and those run the gamut. As far as school district policies generally mimic what is in statute. They provide that broad guideline talking about certain areas of behavior for evaluation. And the reason that there is that broadness to the language in school district policy is because every single instance has its unique characteristics. It's going to be fact specific. What's happening in that case with that student that needs to be evaluated? How do you balance against the student who is disruptive and the rights of the other students to their education as well? Certainly, to complicate the matter, you see that by and large, the increases in special ed populations are increases in students with behavioral issues. When you talk about growing special ed numbers, it's not necessarily because we're seeing more students with cognitive disabilities or physical disabilities per se. Most of that increase is coming in behavioral disruption. And so you have students today who on a fairly regular basis might tell the teacher to F off. And that kind of behavior that happens in a classroom seemed shocking to me the first time I heard that as a school board trustee. What do you do with a kid like that? But school districts deal with that, and they have to find out, how do we manage the behavior of a student? How do we assess what's happening with the student? To what degree does the student's disability play a role in that behavior? And then what is the appropriate intervention for that student? As always, there will be consultation with law enforcement, work with law enforcement in those cases where it's appropriate. And certainly, when you talk about something like Title IX does have very specific guidance for instances of harassment or discrimination on the basis of certain characteristics. The Title IX requirements in the last several years have become much more stringent. That is enforced by U.S. Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights. They do become involved. The Office of Civil Rights does become involved, may investigate a district for failure to comply. And there are changes to Title IX that are even being suggested today. There's a notice of proposed rule change to Title IX to make those requirements even more stringent. So the things that school districts have to balance are numerous, But when we use the same language, we talk about something like suspension, that can look very different from one school district to another school district to another school district. And so I wanted to ask 3 superintendents to share what that looks like in small, medium, and large districts. So I've asked Mr. Shane Ogden, who's superintendent at Park County School District number 16, that's in Meeteetse, to talk about the challenges unique to small school districts. If you're looking at sort of your average school district, then I've asked Dr. Dave Barker to talk about what does it look like in Fremont County School District number 1 in Lander. And then when we get to our largest school district, the unique challenges that they have for Laramie County School District number 1, Dr. Margaret Crespo, superintendent, and Mr. Jim Fraley, the assistant superintendent for instruction, to kind of lay those things out. Now, the last thing that I'll say before turning it over to them is to bring up this idea of alternatives. What alternatives are available for students? And again, as part of that system of interventions, looking for the least restrictive, appropriate intervention for the student, managing that student's behavior, the school district is certainly going to do that, considering all behavioral disruptions. And if you're talking something like the boys' school, girls' school, then that does require generally adjudication. You're talking about a court sending a student to a place like that. You may also see courts that are sending students to behavioral interventions, say the Wyoming Behavioral Institute in Casper. But there are some places, residential placements for special education students. That's not an option generally for students that are not special education. So we do have the opportunity for some residential placements for students, as well as the emergence of day schools around the state of Wyoming. Our BOCES are working on providing those as options in partnerships with school districts of providing alternatives for those kids to get them out of the classroom when it's appropriate to move them away from their normal instruction. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Ogden and Dr. Barker, and then on to Laramie 1.
Quick question.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So I'm probably the opposite of these, of a lot of the comments we've heard. You know, I would rather see what are we not doing that gives school districts more flexibility, or what do they need from us in order to help resolve these issues or make these issues? Is there anything we're not doing in statute that we could be to help you along with this? You know, as opposed to like coming down on you to do more reporting or whatever. Are there things that that should be in statute that are not in statute that would help you? So as you go along, think of those things and maybe report back. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just a very brief comment. Certainly you've heard in particularly the post-pandemic world, the need for more mental health supports in schools. So the degree to which those options and opportunities are available in schools certainly provides the opportunity for how to manage the student's behavior while in school. That's everything from the special education paraprofessional there to help support as a behavioral interventionist, all the way through school counselors, school psychologists that help manage those behaviors, keeping kids in school.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Shane Ogden, Superintendent in Park County School 16, Meeteetse. And I've been asked just to kind of share a perspective from small schools and some of the difficulties that we have when we're talking about suspensions and expulsions, and also maybe some of the advantages that we have by being so small. The first thing that I would comment on is I really feel that, as was discussed, oftentimes administration is granted a lot of the power to control what amounts to what level of disruption is needed in order to then look at some type of a suspension and even eventually an expulsion. It has been my experience that generally is a reflection of what the community wants through the school board. Through the local school board, it's kind of given in the areas I've been at, and specifically in Meeteetse, that we understand what our community's expectations are. And so those are kind of the directives given from me as a superintendent to a building principal, and in cooperation with the board. Certainly, we follow statute. Our handbook and our policies reflect exactly what is stated in the statute. And we also see that in our community, there are times that students and teachers need time out from each other. And we find that that's, when you're having some struggles. At the same time, we want to make sure that both the teacher is being supported and being allowed to teach in their classroom, and the student is also being afforded the opportunity to learn. Where we run into difficulties with that is there's only one junior English. There's only one 9th grade science class. So we don't have an option of putting them into another class. We just want to separate teacher and student, or student and student if we need to do something like that. And so we have had to take an approach of much probably better communication with families and with students and with teachers than what I've had to in larger districts. Part of that's made easier because we all know each other in Meeteetse. Chances are we've been in each other's homes. And so we're able to have those conversations. However, there are times, even in Meeteetse, that things arise to such a level that students need to not be in the building. And when we do that, it used to be that we would just send them home. They were suspended, and they would come back after typically a 2 or 3 day suspension. When we were shut down during COVID, and we came back that following year, we took a very conscientious effort of making sure that all of our courses were going to be available on Canvas. So they are available now to students no matter where they are. And so that's kind of helped us a little bit in this whole realm of, instead of just sending a kid home and they get to have a day home, and we know that some families, if a kid gets suspended, they're doing manual labor. They're working hard. They wish that they were back in school. And I've had others where they were suspended and dad took that as a day to go buy him a motorcycle. It really was a great vacation day for them. What we're able to do now is say, well, you are going to continue your schooling, but you're going to continue it outside of the school building. So for those 2 days, we are still expecting that you will be checking in. You'll be in Canvas exactly at the same hour that your class is meeting. You'll be zoomed in, and we would do that. The one time that we don't do that is if there happens to be a student within the same grade level, and we would not invite them to be a part of Zoom. So that way, the other individual who was in a conflict, and through the investigation that we've done, it's been determined this one individual probably is at cause and needs to be separated. We would not allow them to attend virtually, but they would still be required to be doing their work through the means that are made available to them. Going back to just one last piece that I would put a plug in there as far as what we do within the small community is, we know that, it's going to happen in large places too. Parents are going to find out about this before you even get a chance as an administrator to give them a call. And so having that relationship already established with families and helping them know that we're going to be there for every student, even those that are causing disruptions. It just may look different, and we may have to find a different setting for them to where the majority of our students can learn, can grow, and can be a part of a classroom that is free from any feeling of threat or intimidation or anything like that. So that's how we've used that. Statistically, in Meeteetse, we have very few suspensions. If we do look at suspending a kid, I told you what our process was. If they're attending class, we do not mark them as out of school suspended. They're marked as a virtual attendance day. And that may be something that maybe we should look at so that it more properly reflects what it is within our record keeping as well, that we know exactly why they were doing a virtual day on that day. And so that's what I'd like to share with you if there are any questions.
So, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And maybe Brian answered this, but I didn't hear it well. So let's go to the issue that Senator Ellis brought up. So there's an individual that got attacked or said the person got attacked, and several people, let's say, feel threatened to enough that they go to another district or they leave school altogether. What in law protects that child? Do we not have good enough laws to protect that child in class? And if so, where's the hole there? Obviously, the least restrictive, right? We talked about that, but the least restrictive has a consequence to that child that has to be in the same classroom with them when you only have one classroom, right? So you're the one that you can kind of talk to about, because you don't have the choice of going across town to another school.
Right.
You know, you'd have to go to Cody or wherever. So what protects that child that's being intimidated?
Chairman Paxton, Representative Summers. As far as the law goes, I don't know that I have an answer on that. I'll tell you how we handle that. Our action is being more proactive. Certainly, if there is a case that is occurring that is out of the blue, we would have to look at that. We would have to accommodate it. We would, again, our community standard is that kiddo that has been shown to have committed such an act would not be invited to attend school in the school building. And then that would be incumbent upon us to figure out, what does that mean? Does it mean that we enroll them in a virtual school? Is it something where we can still provide instruction for them with them being outside of that classroom to ensure that there is that continued climate and culture that we always talk about building within a school? But really, I think our biggest thing is trying to be proactive and not have things like that happen.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A quick question. When you have a student who is engaged in that activity, as Senator Ellis was talking about, I mean, grievous actions, is it incumbent on you to call law enforcement?
Senator Paxton, Senator Salazar. In Meeteetse, we have a great partnership with the Park County Sheriff's Department, and they're involved in many of our things that we do, but not all. So if it was something that would reach any level of legal issues, first call is probably the police, second call is to our attorney, and we'll work through that. But we do notify them. We take all of these reports. If we were to have such a report, we take it, and an authority, the practice that we have in place is that by the end of the day when administration is leaving, proper authorities are notified. Sometimes that's Department of Family Services, sometimes that's law enforcement, sometimes it's the county attorney directly if we need to.
Okay. Ryan, did you have a response to that previous?
Mr. Chairman, with regard to Representative Summers' question, as well as Senator Salazar's question, in every case where there's a possibility of a violation of the law enforcement will be involved. Of course, the first determination is what they call nexus to the schoolhouse. So is that happening at school? Is that happening through school equipment, computers, things like that? And if there is that nexus to the schoolhouse, then the school district has the ability to become involved in the management of the student's behavior. And so there's always going to be the error risk in terms of providing for the safety of a potential victim. Now, when you do get to Title IX, I do have to say that Title IX has very strict rules regarding sexual assault or potential sexual assault sorts of cases. And so there's a process laid out in that that is intended to protect both the victim and the potential perpetrator. And so making sure that there is not any kind of retaliation or anything like that, it's going to be very case specific. So it's separate if possible, keep kids in school if possible, and then where necessary, err on the side of protecting somebody who might be the alleged victim. But just because any of that happens in a legal process doesn't mean that there's not an obligation to resolve the administrative process as fast as possible, because then you're dealing with sort of the due process right of the student through the school. And again, Title IX has very specific requirements for how you would deal with that in a Title IX
Mr. Chairman?
case.
Yes, go ahead.
Thanks. I didn't know where to interject, but I want to go back to the nexus of the schoolhouse. Can you talk to us a little bit about that requirement? And it just seems like, I think there was a day and an age where the schools said, you know, if you've got two people who are off campus and they got into some kind of fist fight, we're hands off, we're going to let law enforcement and parents deal with that. But in this day and age where you have so much happening on handheld devices, maybe a video was created off school property, but kids are watching it on, kids are talking about it on school property, and the victimization is happening in classrooms. Can you talk to me a little bit about that requirement and how the evolution of that should be? There should be an evolution in that thinking a little bit, at least to me.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, there certainly has been an evolution. The Supreme Court continues to recognize the nexus to the schoolhouse, particularly when you're talking about electronic devices and the degree to which the behavior, the off-campus behavior can be managed. Where many times you do find that nexus then is, so what's happening at school because of that? So a posting on Facebook or some other posting, what behaviors are happening at school because of what's happened outside of school? If it's happened on a school device, many schools have gone to one-to-ones where a student is provided an electronic device, an iPad, a computer, something like that. That creates then the nexus to the school district. And so it's still an evolving area of the law, but you're certainly right that as students live so much of their life online these days, it's no longer, oh, well, it just happened online, we're not going to do anything. District administrators are looking for what's happening at school because of that.
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I'm not a lawyer at all. And I think Senator Ellis probably looked into some of this, but do we have a hole in the law here? I mean, you said, well, you know, the law is evolving. Well, certainly, you know, court cases have evolved on existing law, but do we need to evolve our laws as it relates to intimidation of students, for example? That's a long-term question. I don't think we're going to answer that in one day here. And then, you know, one thing I do worry about is, you know, and he mentioned district calls their lawyer, and oftentimes their lawyers to protect the school, right? It's not to protect the child. And so who's protecting the child? That's my second concern, because it's not the district's lawyers. That's not their job to protect the child. It's our job as society to protect the child.
Mr. Chairman, big questions, probably bigger than I can ultimately answer. Of course, the difficulty is we have to act within the confines of say, federal case law. So just this recently, there was what is colloquially referred to as the school cheerleader case, where a cheerleader was suspended from her cheer program for online conduct. And the court found that that was her right of freedom of speech for saying stuff online. So that contour presents a new place where she had put F the school, F cheer, all of this stuff online. And the Supreme Court said, that's her freedom of speech. And so it's disruptive behavior. It's behavior that got recognized at school, caused disruption at school, yet the school district is limited in what it can do there. So I'm not sure how we're able to change some of those things, but certainly I think the desire is, as you mentioned, looking out for our students. I believe that many of our school personnel are committed to doing what's best for students, that's a mantra that many of our school districts will say. Our desire is to do what's best for our students. And so I would hope that that is the inclination of school administrators, to look out for the best interests of students. Of course, how do you do that when it becomes the balancing test? And I'll tell you, almost every bullying case is more complex than a simple bully and a simple victim. It inevitably has more layers than that in every case, almost every case.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think good representative brings up an excellent point. The lawyers there are there to defend the district. And in the example of my news article compilation, there was the student and her suit was against a district, and there was a settlement of $300,000. There were clear parties, and the district was not on her side. So my question is this: when you have those kind of settlements per district, where does that money come from? And then second, I know that there are other, and this is kind of a broader question then, I guess, for termination of teachers and all of that sort of thing, when you have settlements, sometimes that's just the easier path to go down. Do districts compile that information? How can we find that out? I'm just curious about how much districts are involved in litigation and how much they pay in settlements for either instances like what we saw in Teton County, unfortunately, with that young woman, and then down to things like terminating teacher contracts or things like that. How's that all handled?
Mr. Chairman, again, a fairly complex answer to what seems like a simple question. In cases like the sexual assault settlement, that's typically paid by an insurance company. So school districts, even though they're not funded for insurance, they typically get insurance to protect against liability for the district. And so there's oftentimes some deductible that the school district must pay. That deductible will come typically from their general fund dollars or their reserve dollars. But the majority of the settlement is going to be paid by the insurance company. In cases involving staff, it's always going to depend on what's specific to that case itself. That might be a case where insurance is involved, or it might be a contract settlement sort of issue. And if it's that sort of contract settlement, an agreement that the teacher will be done and some portion of the contract paid out, that's going to come from general fund operating dollars. If it is a case of discipline and there's a negotiation or an agreement for someone to leave, perhaps with partial compensation, then insurance may be involved in paying for that. So it'll be fact specific. I don't know that there is an overall record or reporting of cases that are settled. They are fairly unique, but I don't think that there is a compilation of that data across the state. Certainly individual districts have information for what's happened for them, but I don't know of a statewide compilation.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you. Dave Barker, Superintendent, Fremont 1 and Lander. I echo much of what Mr. Ogden said with the things that we try to do in the district before suspension or expulsion. Certainly trying to keep kids in class. We may have to provide, whether it's in-school suspension or a cooling off period. I think at times we've had to do that. Really what kind of differs from us, I think, is We really don't have a lot of expulsions. We recommend expulsions for a number of different areas, whether it's drugs and alcohol, possibly violence, threats against the school, against other students. But what we have in place is stipulated agreements, and we have not had an expulsion per se, because most of the students, the great majority of the students will take these agreements. And what they do is they cut down on the length of time that a student would be out of school. But we do provide certainly some stipulations within those agreements to cut that down. A lot of that, when we're talking maybe drugs and alcohol, is counseling. And in fact, I think in all of our stipulated agreements now, we require counseling for the student. We do have alternate placements for students, a day reporting center in the county that is used by all county schools. And that is staffed by a teacher, another paraprofessional, and it's mostly online for those students, and they do get support from the teacher. What we're going to do is we're actually expanding on that this coming year. We're going to bring it in-house. It was previously, at one time it was in Lander. It moved over to Riverton, and now we're taking a good portion of that back for our students. We'll provide education, special education support, and required counseling from the district. Previously, we had students who would be required to get counseling, but it would be on their own accord. We're going to pay for that and provide a structured counseling program for them in all aspects, depending on what the discipline was in that case. Let's see, the other thing we're actually going to discuss, and I don't know how we're going to do it yet, is to provide an incentive to shrink those days even further by having a parent engagement component to it. We don't have that in place just yet, and I can't really speak to that because it's not really structured just yet, but it's going to hopefully get parents involved in whatever it is. If it's in drugs and alcohol, they're just an awareness piece to have them come in and work with our counselor or administrator of that program to be able to help with that area. I guess in a couple of different things, just in listening to some of the conversation, and really the question that came up from Co-Chair Scott on the obligation to let the public know, I think that's a challenge. I agree with what's been said before about the challenge of that, but I also think that trying to keep that at a balance of keeping the rights of the student who may have perpetrated something and letting them know that we're doing something about it. And I think it's never enough. I have a lot of experience, whether it's as a principal or as a superintendent, letting someone know that we've done something. I can't tell you what it is, but we've certainly followed the steps. We investigate every complaint. We're finding that as a district of our size, we're getting an inordinate amount of safe to tell reports that we follow up on every one. Safe to tell is the online reporting, anonymous reporting that students, parents, community members can do. And so part of that is making students aware of that is available. And so it does get used quite a bit. One of the things I will say is that I feel confident in the investigating of our principals. We've had several examples that were anonymous, really anonymous, and they didn't know who the student was, didn't know either side of it, didn't know exactly, they knew where it happened, possibly, and they did find out eventually who the student was, what had happened, and it took hours. So I really believe that they do a large amount of investigating into a lot of the complaints that they receive. Sometimes they are unfounded, sometimes they're not. And when they are not unfounded, we certainly take steps to ensure that it doesn't happen, that there are consequences. And I think trying to, where we go to, at what level or how often is the disruption? Do we have to take steps to that? There are a lot of steps before suspension comes into place, and I think we try to keep those, try to work with students, try to work with parents, try to work with teachers to keep kids in school. But when it does come to that point, we have some things in place that we hope we don't get repeat offenders. We do have very few that we found. We do keep track of that. We have some that do repeat, but not very many. So I know it's kind of a brief overview of what we do, but I wanted to just provide a few extra things from what Mr. Ogden talked about and stand for any questions that you might have.
Questions from the committee?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking ahead at Laramie County School District prepared a PowerPoint for us, and I don't know if you've had a chance to look through that in the meeting materials, but there's a breakdown of student behavior offenses and some certain data, including the demographics of the students. One of them is broken out by race, so American Indian, Asian, Black or African American, Hispanic, et cetera. One article that I recall reading a few years ago was the disproportionately high rates of suspensions for Native students. And the article indicated that the discipline was disproportionate for Native students. So I was wondering if at some point you could break down, for us, because this is, I think, a topic of concern for the Wind River Reservation and just really understanding what's going on there when it comes to discipline in our Native American students.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ellis, I do have that data. I can get that to you. And we do notice something similar, that there is a higher rate of, it was relatively close to the percentages of students in school about 5 years back. It has increased slightly, or it has increased in some areas more than slightly, but so that's something that we're looking at. And why is that increase? Certainly in our circumstances, we do have students who transfer district to district within the county. And so many of those students that we've had have been transfers. And so our rate is increasing a bit. And so we're going to look at why that is. We haven't had the chance to do that yet, but it is getting higher. And we can certainly share that.
Representative Conley.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to answer Senator Ellis's question, I did look at the Office of Civil Rights website. It's 5-year-old data at this point. And, our numbers are so small in Wyoming. That being said, the race component to me was concerning in that I believe it was the expulsions were 3 times more than would be expected for Native students. Thank you.
Questions? Go ahead.
Just a real quick question, and I should have thought of this earlier, but with regard to suspensions, and you have contracts that you drop during the suspension, and that makes a lot of sense. I'm just curious, this wouldn't go reported, and we don't have a particularly sophisticated reporting process, but if somebody goes on suspension, what's the dropout rate where they voluntarily drop out as a result of or associated with the suspension, which is not going to be an expulsion at that point?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Rothfuss. So I did look back at our stipulated agreement or expulsion data. And so in the last 10 years, we've had, now, this is students who were on stipulated agreements. And I haven't looked at the data yet for just straight up suspensions. But in those agreements, we've had 2 dropouts in the last 10 years out of that group. Which is probably 80 to 85 students.
And Mr. Chairman, Laramie 1 does have very good information with regard to that when they're up here to share.
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I've been kind of mulling around in my head, the mental health issue and how you all deal with that, right? You need more resources. Everybody needs more resources. And so obviously, we, the state, fund to some degree community mental health centers, right, all across the state, my community, about every community of any size. And yet I don't know how you guys are all integrating, right? And I know in our school district, we've even got money from churches, the private organizations have raised money, and we went out and hired private therapists, right? Because the overload is, there's too much, right? The schools can't take care of it all. But how are you guys, I guess, interacting with the community mental health centers, which we're funding to really take care of some of this problem? Because those are community members as well, right? Those students are community members. And so I hope we don't have like turf wars over who gets to see who, and how do you integrate all of that?
So, Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers. So what we've done, right now we have a couple of different paths that we're taking. We added, with our Title IV funding, a couple of years ago, we added a therapeutic counselor for secondary, and a similar position, but more a group-oriented behavior expert, I guess, at the elementary levels. And then recently, a couple of years ago, we were part of the state grant, SAMHSA, the Substance Abuse Mental Health Services Administration. We got a grant for that to partner with a community partner for some counseling as well. And so we've added some counseling through those venues. And what we're finding is that it seems like, first of all, the process needs to, between school counselors and the therapeutic counselor and our SAMHSA grant partners, who goes where. And so we're trying to get that situated. But what we're finding is that we feel like there's still more needed. And so that's how we've partnered with our local community.
Mr. Chairman, as a intermediate measure, so you don't have to expel or suspend, do you use things like Saturday school and after school retentions, anything like that?
One thing that I would, pardon me, Chairman Paxton, Co-Chair Scott, one of what we have found is one of the greatest deterrents is we do weekly a list of ineligible students to participate in our extracurricular activities. And that list does include students that are maybe having some behavioral issues. And when we have done that, we have found that has changed behaviors quicker than anything. Is a good coach just talking with a kid like, we need you, straighten it up. It's been a good impact for us. And again, if all of our boys didn't play football, we wouldn't have a football team. So it really is all of our high school students are involved in some type of an extracurricular activity. We also provide, if there is academic issues, we provide time at the beginning of practice, and coaches allow the kids to come for that, and we do remedial work. We've had a hard time hiring a counselor this year with a vacancy, and so we have finally been able to secure a social worker to come in and work with us, and we plan on integrating that as part of that after-school time as well, so that there will actually be time for them to receive some of that help if that's needed.
Putting on my old principal's hat, I found that there are some preventative measures you can take as a principal. And one of the things that I'm sure you've all experienced this, the classroom management varies a lot from classroom to classroom. And a lot of times you'll see one particular individual have a lot more incidents in their class than you do in others. And so I took it upon myself to try to work with all of my teachers to learn how to defuse the bomb, as I called it. When a student reacts in a certain way, how do you react to that? You can a lot of times nip something in the bud at that level before it escalates into something that might end up as a suspension or something. And so spending a little extra time with those teachers who perennially are sending the students to the office are I think is time well spent. And I think most principals do that to help those teachers know how to handle those situations. And so there's a personality issue there that you can't change, but there are some things that you can do to provide some interventions that a teacher can use to diffuse the bomb before it escalates into something a lot bigger. And so much better to nip it in the bud at that level than to let it escalate, and for everybody concerned. And so, and I guess if I was going to change things and drive the world in a little different direction, I'd probably have our teacher prep program spend a little more time on classroom management and allow teachers or provide teachers with those tools that would give them the necessary tools to deal with those situations and be able to diffuse the bomb before they escalate into something more
Mr.
serious.
Chairman, Co-Chairman Scott, just to, really quickly, we did Saturday school at one time and didn't have many kids show up, so we did away with Saturday school. We do have some options within the school day, whether it's lunch detention or it's at the high school level, they'll have some time bringing students in for some of those. But I would agree, Chairman Paxton, about we brought in a trauma-informed speaker this fall for all of our staff to start the year. And one of the things I agree, as staff members, knowing that kids are coming in with trauma from their home or whatever they've experienced, and not pushing that button on they're going to push our buttons. We've got to try to come up with some strategies not to push theirs, and I think that helps.
Yes, go ahead, Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm struggling a little bit as we're talking about who these kids are. I think, in our minds that we're seeing kids that are coming from troubled homes, maybe things aren't great in their personal life, they're acting out and showing violence, using vulgar language, and there's that. And so we're talking about mental health services for those kids that are struggling. But I'm also wanting to not forget about kids that come from great homes, they're doing great, and they're making really bad choices. So one other article that is in this packet involved a student athlete who allegedly sexually assaulted another student in one of our school districts. And the victims complained that that student athlete was not prohibited from playing sports. And so I'm trying to also think about the mental health of the victims. What message does that send when you have a student who is making really bad choices, and that's putting it nicely, and the district in their mind doesn't do anything when it comes to things that aren't required by the state of Wyoming? Providing your education, we have to, but allowing participation in sports, it almost seems like we reward that student if they're a high-performing athlete, at least in the victim's mind. So help me understand how you view these kids differently, because I do think we're talking about these are all very fact-specific, but in my mind, there are two different kids, and no amount of mental health services are going to help the kid that's emboldened by their bad behavior.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ellis, not speaking to specifics because I don't know, the specifics of that. And I would say that I still think that's a mental health issue. I would really think that whatever it is, and I don't know, and whether it's background, whatever it is, there's something there. I think that doing that, even though it's a bad choice, I think there's something. I'm probably not expressing myself well enough, but I think that there is a mental health component to it.
I wouldn't disagree with you on that. But what I'm trying to understand is, I think there are some instances where the victims expect the district to take some action. And we talk about, the district's obligation, and their right to maintain privacy for what's happening. And I understand that. But the students all see it. When something bad happens and that student is going to detention at lunch, and when they're not allowed to play football, they see that. And they tell their parents, well, they're not allowed to play football anymore. They're going to detention. They see it and we hear it. I think what's happening is nobody sees anything happening. And so that's the struggle, is now we're all just focused on the mental health of the person that's made really bad decisions at the cost of victimizing the victim again, where they see a system that just said, well, that poor student has mental health issues. We can't punish them by taking them off the football team. That's what I'm trying to get after is, I'm trying to understand, and I know this didn't happen in your district. I'm trying to understand how you handle it, or if you have any insights of how you think those kind of things should be handled, and how we're weighing those two rights of, between students.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ellis. And again, I don't want to say that we wouldn't do something because of the mental health component for the perpetrator, right? What I'm saying is that, I mean, there's probably something there. So again, I think that not knowing all of the facts in any of the cases around us, I think that as we investigate some of those things, and it's a difficult conversation to have with someone who is victimized or feels victimized in some cases, to say, this is, we can't tell you what happened, right? It may not have gone to, maybe the evidence didn't show enough to be able to say you're suspended or something along those lines. I don't know. I think, again, as I look back at one of the instances, the investigation was thorough. It was having a conversation with both the victim and anybody who witnessed it, as well as the person who's alleged to have basically said what they said, which was, totally inappropriate and was harassment. But we worked with the student, the victim, their family, but couldn't say what we were doing on the other side of it. Said, we're going to take care of it. And in this case, they didn't want anything done necessarily. We had to do some different things, but I just think that through the investigation, we would find that if there was enough evidence to say this person needs to be suspended, they would be.
Question, Mr.
Follow up.
Chairman? And this maybe is a question for Shane too. Have either of you ever revoked a student athlete's privilege to participate in a sports because of disciplinary problems?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ellis, yes. I mean, it wasn't necessarily along those same lines, but several times they have been suspended or gone through the stipulated agreement piece and not been able to participate for whatever amount of time they were on the stipulated agreement.
And yes, we do.
I know we have a lot of questions yet, but I'd sure like to hear from Laramie County number 1 right now. Welcome to the committee. Please introduce yourselves.
Apparently I'm delayed. Let me try again. Good afternoon, Margaret Crespo, Superintendent of LCSD 1.
Good afternoon. I'm Jim Fraley, Assistant Superintendent of Instruction for Laramie County School District number 1.
Okay, welcome to the committee. Who's gonna lead?
Thank you. I would like to further kind of take a look at our presentation as far as the policy side of things, and like my colleagues from around the state, I suggest that our policy does represent or mimic the statute that is currently in place from our state. Would point out a couple highlights on the second slide of that policy is that we do have disruptive behaviors from many different facets of a student's life, whether it be family or community, involvement in schools and sports and things like that, relationships with others, drugs and alcohol that we currently factor in a lot of things. It becomes a very complex and layered approach within our policy on each and every case that we take a look at. And then the bottom highlights just basically the process that we take to take a look at our discipline matrix each year within our district to make sure that our behaviors are addressed in an appropriate manner, aligned with not only with statute but our policy. So what we do on the next slide is we define those behaviors. We have well over 30 schools and close to 50 administrators, so we all feel that consistency is of the utmost importance when we're dealing with nearly 14,000 students across our district. So we outline behavior descriptors within our district that, as you can see, deal with defiance, insubordination, and disruption. Abusive language, which we've had recently last year, and we define that abusive language when it's intentionally meant to cause harm. And so rather than profanity laced or something to that effect, where it actually impacts other students significantly, whether it be in the classroom or other walks of life through social media. Our next slide will get into what we consider a matrix at our secondary schools, where, again, consistency is paramount, and we look at a range of consequences, first through a number of offenses that students take. And if you were to go down to our bomb threat or false alarm, that would be a long-term suspension where we'd have a system of range of consequences based on first to second to third and fourth and so on and so forth, that we would provide in a consistent manner to try to address those behaviors in a fair and reasonable context for those student behaviors. Then our next slide and a quick overview.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to follow on with Senator Ellis's. In none of these first or second or third offenses are extracurricular activities addressed, or the suspension from extracurricular activities.
Representative Paxton, Representative Newsom. Again, this is an abbreviated version of our behavior matrix and our consequence matrix. Rather than throw too many words up there, we do have behaviors that occur routinely through our schools and before and after school, and activities and athletics that we address through this behavior matrix. The next slide that we go into significantly impacts students when we take a look at long-term suspension or expelled kids. Students that bring a knife or have severe fighting, battery offenses, terroristic threats, or possessions or use of drugs and alcohol. And so we do have a pretty lengthy, as you can see, reasoning behind this as far as bound by statute and policy, that we take a look at our long-term suspension and expulsion procedures and try to be consistent across within our district, so folks know what to expect, students, teachers, administrators, parents as well on that. Like my colleague, we do have a stipulation agreement.
Yeah, so do you also, to get back to the victim side, so do you also have a victim policy written out, like what you're going to do, how you're going to react to it, how they're going to be treated? I mean, it'll all vary, right, depending on the case, but do you write out a policy on the victim side?
Chairman Paxton, Representative Summers, we do have an extensive that I'll get into shortly, say in a bullying situation, that I'll outline what we do as far as a perpetrator, as far as an alleged victim as well. But yeah, our policy does address both the victim as well as the aggressor.
Thank you.
Which is a great segue into our next slide. We take a look at our bullying behaviors as a three-pronged approach. One, it must have an intent to harm, a repeated behavior over time, and an imbalance of power. And went through extensive training, not only administrators, but refresher training every year from all students, or excuse me, all staff that work with students in this manner, whether it be paraprofessionals or teachers, administrators, on this process that deals with bullying, harassment, intimidation, and our policy that addresses that. So we have a complaint procedure as a second step where we direct the students on a number of places that they can contact, help, or support. One of my colleagues shared Safe to Tell. This has been quite frequently used in our district as well. They report this procedure through a clear channel of communication, and investigative process then will happen in number 5. But before 3 and 5, we have interim measures to protect both the alleged aggressor as well as the alleged victim in any case. And so we take a look at what are those interim measures we can do to protect both sides of the situation, because as well as witnesses, they're a big piece to this as well. So we've a clean investigative process. We have an initial inquiry and a formal investigation that we usually follow if we're down the line there. And then, of course, district action, whether it's long-term suspension or expulsion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Fraley, when you have that, oh, they just took it down. Now I have to look at, can't see anything.
Slide 6.
On the defining behavior, and this bullying process, does this also apply when you have complaints that you have a teacher or coach who's bullying a student or athlete? Is this the same process you use? And along those lines, could you talk about this imbalance of power? I don't know if you're referring to, a senior on a freshman kind of situation, or if there's some other imbalance of power, teacher-student relationship. I just want you to flesh out what you mean by imbalance of power.
Chairman Paxton, Senator Ellis, very good question. We do have within our policy addressing within sexual harassment, intimidation, harassment, bullying, both for staff, on staff, staff on students, students on students, many layers of where we would consider this altercation to take place, and our policy does address that. The sexual harassment Title IX component of this is addressed through that policy as well. And so we have an investigative process that takes place in use of partner schools across our district, where we would have administrators that are trained, highly trained from our Title IX coordinator, and would support each other in that investigative process as well. We've done that across districts as well. We've provided outreach to other districts in Wyoming as they have us when we need outside investigation processes.
And then one follow-up question, Mr. Chairman. Have you, and if in your recollection, I know this is a fairly new position for you because you were a principal at I follow these things, but can you tell me if you know how many staff have been terminated, their employment's been terminated because of a result as part of step 6 with your district action? Historically, I'm just kind of curious, like if your staff has been, if that includes district action means termination of your employment, and how often that happens.
Representative Paxton, Senator Ellis, I don't have those numbers in front of me or to say yes or no with much surety at this point. I would have to consult with our Human Resources Department.
Thank you.
The next slide gets into more suspension with student disabilities and our IDEA and a formalized process that we attend to using behavior plans, functional behavior assessments for students that may have disabilities, whether they be in the process or identified and have an IEP. We have that process that if the student is determined through a manifestation determination hearing, if the behavior does meet that determination that it is representative of that student's disability, we return to placement for that student. If no, then we continue with the long-term suspension and include IEP services at an alternative location for that student. Just a snapshot of what we deal with here in Cheyenne, in our district. Our next slide takes a look at just a 1-year snapshot of our long-term suspension and expulsion offenses. We were roughly around 100 students last year that were long-term suspended or expelled. As you can see, most of them show up with weapons if they are suspended or expelled. We do have our second in defiance, disruption, and then possession or under the influence of drugs or alcohol.
Just a quick question on that one. And this is going way back, so you guys have to bear with me here, but the possession of a weapon, we certainly live in a culture right now where a possession of any type of weapon on school grounds is going to be a big no-no, right? And I think most kids understand that, but I'm going back to my senior year of high school when I had a friend that was expelled because he had his hunting rifle in the back of his truck. He had gone out coyote hunting on Sunday night, forgot that it was there. Somebody saw it, reported him, and he was expelled. I'm just curious, in a situation like this that we heard earlier, that we try to do the least amount of damage, right? And this kid was going to graduate, had a scholarship to go play some baseball at his college, and that was all ripped away. So in a situation like that, is it just an automatic expulsion when there's a weapon involved and we get the story? Or what does that look like? I'm just kind of curious on that, because I do see, especially in a case like that, where it has a very, very negative impact on the student's success and career as he moves forward. So what does something like that look like with you guys, and how do you guys address weapons at Laramie County 1?
Chairman Paxton, Representative Brown, great question, and feel for that student. We do use the no tolerance when it comes to handguns, and as you may have seen on the previous slide, we do long-term suspend or expel those students. Intent is what we look at on every case. If it's a student with a Swiss Army knife coming from Boy Scout camp, clearly it's less than 2 inches of a knife. It could be a different scenario. But this day and age, when there is a weapon of that magnitude that can inflict a lot of pain, but also terror within a school, we must take immediate action to keep that campus secure, and then proceed with an investigation on intent, and then follow the policy from there. Most of our long-term suspensions or expulsions happen between the years of 7th grade and 10th grade. The next graph just outlines where we see the majority of our student issues with behaviors, as well as a 10-year list or graphic as well on that next slide. That band of blue and maroon and green and then purple highlight that impact that students really struggle at those years and making positive choices. And that's where we see our most significant impact within our student population. Our next slide is the most compelling slide in my viewpoint. Our long-term suspension and expulsion student data. We take a look at just these students that were long-term suspended or expelled that are currently within our system. So 2021 and 22, we had 166 students within those 14,000 students, so about a 0.7% population that is impacting our students in our district. As you can see, the behavioral offenses per 100 students, those students that are long-term suspended or expelled, are routinely telling us something through their behavior offenses. 4.47 events per 100 students. Their attendance rate is lower. Their graduation rate is 53%. However, their completer rate, if they get their GED or alternative setting placement, jumps up to 80%. Their dropout rate, about 10%. ACT, Y-top, significant impacts as well.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a curiosity, sir, what on your increase it shows on your behavior offenses per 100 students, any indication of what that slight increase is here and actually in the current school year, any indication what's doing that, or?
Chairman Paxton, Representative Neiman, that's a good question. As a practitioner, as Senator Ellis shared recently, I was at a building as a principal for about 18 years before my current position. I suggest that in 2021, we had many restrictions within our district on masks and hand washing and sanitizing, and a lot of attention to behaviors and a lot of compliance. As we loosened some of the restrictions, students, my hunch is that they took advantage of that, but I don't have a direct correlation to that other than a practice that I've witnessed from the schoolroom.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, looking at this, looking at the ELA, English language, white top proficiency rate, and looking at how low that is, my instinct is that that's the cause of the other behaviors. Is that, am I on the wrong side there, or are some of the other behaviors causing that?
Representative Paxton, Senator Scott, that's a good question. It's always the kind of the chicken and the egg dilemma is it the behaviors that are impacting the academics, or is it the lack of proficiency in behavior or academics that is impacting significant behaviors and increase in some defiance or disruption? It's kind of an age-old quandary, and so what we try to do is early intervention, preventative measures like my colleague had shared, to try to get ahead of these. Of course, attendance plays a big role in this, and just getting to school or to class on time is of significant importance as well. And so I'll get into some preventative measures that we try to address, as well as some intervention when students need that.
Okay, yes, Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Fraley, you gave us this long-term suspension expulsion student data, and you said you had a 0.7% of your student population. I'm curious, which is much less than the entire state, if, depending on the definition of long-term suspension, what's your definition of long-term suspension? Is it 10 or more days, or is it something else?
Go ahead.
Chairman Paxton, Representative Connolly, it is 10-day, as my colleagues around the state, yes.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'll have to do some more than back of the envelope calculations. Okay.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, just in general, looking at some of these numbers, I was curious if this captures like the number of incidents, or if this captures the number of students, because you might have one student who's done this 3 or 4 times versus, and that's captured as 4 versus, so I'm wondering, I just want to make sure I understand what I'm looking at. I'm guessing incidents, but do you, so correct me if I'm wrong there, and then do you have a further breakout of, I'm guessing those numbers might be smaller if we just look at this number, the students that are maybe involved in multiple incidents.
Senator Paxton, Senator Ellis, those are numbers of incidents, those 4.47, rather than numbers of students, and so higher they go. In contrast, most of our students on average are about a 0.4 for females and about 0.7 for males on number of incidents.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Just to follow up, do you have, is there a way, the data that you capture, is there a way to see how many kids there are, though, that are engaged in this behavior? Because I'm guessing it's not, that number should be a little smaller, but I'm kind of curious if you capture it. And I hope am I asking it the right way? Do you know what I'm asking?
Would you mind rephrasing?
Yeah, so you have one student that is suspended early in the school year for disruptive behavior, maybe is suspended again in the winter, and then again in the spring. But that's 3 incidents, but it's 1 kid. So I'm trying to understand how many kids, not how many incidents. Do you have that data?
Yeah, Representative Paxton, Senator Ellis, I do not have that data in front of me.
Mr. Chairman? But Mr. Chairman, do you have that data?
Yes, we do.
Okay, I'll follow up with you later. Thank you.
Okay.
We do track behavior offenses within our district, as Senator Ellis had shared prior with a colleague, and I wanted to share this of significant, and what we try to do is be preventative as well as providing measures of intervention through professional development, through awareness campaigns, whether it be trauma informed, whether it be in a special ed environment. We take a look at students that are struggling, not just all students, but a breakdown of special education students, of Black students, any other race that we take a look at to try to support students as well when they struggle. Not based on that, but all students need support at significant times of their career. So we get into a prevention or intervention model that you
Mr.
may have
Chairman?
heard.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In looking at this, though, I think what's missing is an understanding of what these rates mean. When you look at the overall student population, what percentage of our student population is Black or African American, what percentage are Native American, Alaska Native, because some of these are obviously really high rates, but some of them, looking again at Native American, I don't recall the exact number. We have so few Native American students in this school district, but then you look at their rates, they're higher than white students, for example. So I think that piece is missing for us to really understand what this data means. Do you have that? Can you follow up with that information at a later point in time?
Representative Paxton, Senator Ellis, I'd be happy to do that.
Thank you.
Our prevention model or multi-tiered system of supports is our next slide, and we try to provide at the basic level, at tier 1 level of sound instruction across all of our schools. Then our tier 2, when students do experience some behaviors or some academic struggles, we take them and provide some intervention or prevention models of support. And then tier 3, which deals roughly about 5 to 10% of our students in our district, and we apply more intensive intervention as well as prevention models for that, which the next slide gets into specifically what we try to support students with, whether it be law enforcement or SROs. We have increased our capacity in the district to support students through behavior intervention specialists in tier 1, tier 2 level with training, with PD, and outlining their primary duties for students with disabilities and clarity around that. Our intervention and prevention programs include Olveas, which we've had since 2011, since House Bill, I believe, 223 was introduced in 2009, and Sources of Strength, which we are bringing on board this year, peer advocacy and support group model to deal with bullying, drug and substance abuse, as well as suicide prevention. And then we have, for many years, used a second step program. It's a tier 1 program throughout our schools, primarily K-6, that deal with student intervention and prevention.
Jerry.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And actually, this question is for Matt. As we're looking at this, behavior intervention specialists, are those included in the model specifically?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Brown, they're not a specific staff component. Depends on if that staff member is providing special education services, they would be 100% reimbursed, or they could be provided through federal funding if they're being paid by federal dollars. But behavioral intervention specialists are not a component within the block grant model. There is a pupil support position, which is a more broad student support position.
Follow up on that, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Fraley, just curious how you guys are focusing that. I thought that was going to be the answer, that it was if they're receiving the special education, they're paid for out of special ed. How do you guys dictate that? Do you guys have your BISs tracking their special ed hours versus non-special ed hours? How are you guys differentiating that, and how is that being allocated through funding? How are you guys maneuvering that inside your district?
Chairman Paxton, Representative Brown, great question. We have in previous years, I would say our program for our BISs has been about 7 to 8 years old, funded with special ed dollars. And then we've increased that capacity, seeing the effectiveness of this post-pandemic to use ESSER funds, CARES Act funds. There's some federally funded positions that we're currently putting in place for their learning loss and to meet the needs of those students who are still struggling, adapting back into our schools.
Go ahead.
So just out of curiosity, one of the things that I've heard here in the past, especially with ESSER funds and what we have there, do you guys have a plan in place for what the removal of those federal funds is going to look like? And if we still continue to see behavioral issues, are you guys planning on keeping those BISs in place, or are you planning on evaluating at that time? I know I'm asking you to look into the future, but what does that look like if you guys have seen the credible evidence that this works?
Representative Paxton, Representative Brown, from our perspective, we recognize that in 2 years that position will be gone. across the district. We are working hard to find other funding measures, but at this point, those positions will not exist.
Okay, proceed.
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Looking at your prevention intervention model, I understand that you are obligated to do this for kids that are on special ed. I'm curious if you use it for all kids before a suspension or only for those under the IDEA?
Chairman Paxton, Representative Conley, the overarching perspective of what we do around multi-tiered systems of support, both academically and behaviorally, specifically address general education because students on IEPs through IDEA tend to have a system of support, although initially they're all under that same umbrella. So as we look at our interventions in place and the alternatives to suspension prior to an event, we've often put many of these incidents or many of these responses in place in the classroom between the teacher and the student, with the administrator, with behavior intervention support. There's a long list of interventions that we use ahead of time, hopefully prior to suspension. Now, that's not in every case. In some cases, the action reaches the level that needs immediate response, so therefore there would be an immediate suspension, and then we kind of come back in general education and specifically address some of those behaviors that we saw, so that we can reteach the experience so that it's hopefully not happening again, unless the student falls under IDEA.
Just a follow-up and a comment. And again, I was curious about the data that you gave us. And again, I did some back of the envelope calculations of what you just told us regarding LCSD 1 in comparison to the WDE data. And it does look like your suspension expulsion rate is lower than the rest of the state. And so I am curious about what we can do better. I mean, going back to Representative Summers' question earlier on is, what, if anything, can we as a state do to facilitate kind of looking at suspensions and expulsions in the best way possible? And again, it looks like you are doing perhaps some things better than others, and I'm curious about the use of your prevention intervention model. So my question then would be, Mr. Fraley, earlier you had mentioned something about talking with other districts. I'm curious about what that has looked like. When do other districts call you? Do you consult with the WDE in terms of what happens elsewhere? If you could just kind of address that just a little bit.
Sure. Chairman Paxton, Representative Conley. One of the things that we've worked over the last 2 years to do is really address with our colleagues if they have a need for a Title I investigator, if they need support in an area. We fully recognize as the largest district in the state that we have that offering and certainly can provide that. It is reciprocated, absolutely, but often the resource pool is a little bit larger for us. As we start to look, nowhere near enough, let me say that up front, because in 2 years we're losing positions across the state, especially in our district, that really are specifically holding our students in their social, and frankly, some of our parents, in their social emotional support systems that won't exist in 2 years. So the resources that we're able to provide because of our size are hampered by the fact that the resources available have to be explicit when you think about academic and behavioral supports in that entire umbrella of what we're doing to support students. So I think the benefit is that we're really open to being a reciprocal organization, and that our colleagues are the same, and they call us when they need something and we call them, and we're able to share. But at the end of the day, the reality is that resource allocation has to be specific to those areas for long-term impact. Many of these situations that we're talking about are not one and done. Students come in with a high need, whether they're coming from a 2-parent household that's doing really great and they're just making bad choices, that's coming from someplace, versus a situation where a student is coming from high poverty, high needs, doesn't have someone at home. The situations are addressed differently, but they still have a long-term impact. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Just to add on to that, sort of from the statewide perspective, there's 3 main areas where that happens. One is in the shared resources. So Title IX is a great example of a need for shared resources. Districts across the state, because of conflicts, may need to share resources for investigators, decision makers, or other entities for Title IX specific, or for behavioral interventions. A second area is with regard to training. So where possible, districts share in the training of staff. I know that Laramie County School District Number 1 has allowed other districts to participate in some of the trainings that they've provided for their staff, inviting other districts to come and join in that. And that really is kind of the third area is the professional development specifically for staff. And so where possible to share on professional development.
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask Dr. Crespo, in this packet of news articles that I provided to the committee, there was one in there titled Air Force Officials, There's Racism in Schools and Businesses in Cheyenne. And in this article, it talks about 2 students who got in a fight. One student was called a racial slur. And initially, both students were suspended and fined $489. The article then talked about some of your efforts to change your policies to recognize that if you're the aggressor, then you should bear the burden of the punishment, not the student who is defending themselves for being called a racial slur. So I just wanted to know 2 things. This is one thing we haven't talked about so far in this discussion is fining students. I'm just curious what your policy is on fining students, where the $489 amount came up with. And I'm curious, Brian, if you know if other districts fine students. And then just an update on how your policy change is going to address those kind of situations. Thank you.
Chairman Paxton, Senator Ellis, thanks very much for summarizing the article. I've learned not to read the newspaper, so that's helpful for me to get the context of what we're talking about. So in April of last year, we had a series of incidents that occurred, and we addressed those directly by changing the language in our discipline matrix. So one of those is to address the abusive language so that it's specific, related to intent. The second thing that we did was started a call to action where we worked on kindness. So over the last several months, we've developed a process where, similar to what was mentioned, Sources of Strength, we applied for a grant where we, the health department provided an opportunity for us to be trained. Statewide, there are a number of districts that use Sources of Strength because students felt overwhelmingly that they could not advocate or be efficacious for themselves if something occurred. We also started an ombudsman program. So through our Safe Schools, we have 2 individuals who become support systems for the families of the alleged victim. We make sure that they have someone on the district side that's speaking on their behalf, that is making connections in meetings and making sure that they're following through that process. And then lastly, we brought in a group of community members to talk about what are the resources and systems. Those individuals are also being trained right now in Sources of Strength, and we certainly are inviting the entire community to come together to be trained. It's a very short presentation. This way, if a student or an adult, frankly, comes to them with some concerns, the individuals who have been trained are able to address the needs when the student or the adult is in crisis in a way that is helpful and supportive. And then to add to your last question, specifically around the fines, we do not fine. That's a City of Cheyenne mutual combatant situation, and those students, when they have a fight and are ticketed, are fined through our local municipality.
Okay, given our late hour, if you could wrap it up quickly, that'd be appreciated.
Absolutely. The page 14, I just wanted to highlight our stipulation agreement process. Like my colleague shared earlier in his district, we do follow a similar procedure in that we use stipulated agreements that we involve counseling and try to wrap around services throughout our community, whether it be youth alternatives or other agencies and health departments, counseling, other services like that, for students to get back on track and then to recover that credit that they may have lost and work through that STIP agreement as well. I did want to mention the resources that we currently use in the last slide through our federally funded tiered intervention of supports, and that's to increase our capacity to support those students who struggle with disruptive behaviors, criminal activity, those sorts of things. That human connection, I can't underscore that enough, is of utmost importance with students who struggle, is to have that caring adult working through those problems with them. So we try to increase that capacity here, as well as create partnerships throughout our community to engage those students and get them back on track. Thank you.
Okay, further questions from the committee? Sensing that some of you may be getting hungry, and we are probably have other folks who may want to weigh in on this topic since it appears to be a little hotter topic than what we anticipated. I think maybe we should take a lunch break. What's the pleasure of the committee? Do you want to make up some time here, or do you want to take a full hour? All right, 2:20, we'll be back just in time for a break.